Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 351st Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, October 22nd, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Kremd. I'll be a host today. And of course, we are joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, who will unveil today's teachings and information from the Keshe Foundation. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you ready to go with today's show? We're not hearing you yet. I think you have to unmute a microphone or connect something, perhaps.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, very good.
Yes, okay. Good morning, good day to you as usual. Wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers of Keshe Foundation. As Rick said, are we ready? Yes, we are ready, willing and able to deliver the new science of space technology. And as we promised, from 21st of October, a new cycle of teaching starts. In so many ways, we have entered the final phase of bringing the knowledge of man on the basis of universal operation to humanity. In that process, we try to explain more and teach more, and at the same time try to understand what will happen to us in depth of the space, what will happen to us as a society, as a community, as individuals. When we go to space, we will not meet one, or we cannot go with one. We go as a group, we go as a human race, collective collection of ideas, souls, personalities, and humanity. And in deep space, we will meet the same. We will not meet individual. We meet a society, we meet a community of people. We meet, in truth, interaction of souls. What they learn from their time, what they learn from their position, what they know and what they understand from their dimension, and how can we carry and convey these emotions. In the first place, as we know, we have not been the only passengers of this planet. We have many passengers and many visitors. As we have started visiting other places like Moon, and now we're trying to reach Mars, and then in a coming time, humanity, if it goes with the jet propulsion, maybe in 1,000 years' time, man will be able to cross the borders of the solar system, or maybe less than that. But at the end of it, we have become tourists. And the tourism means interaction. Tourism means understanding where you go to and respecting in what you see and the people you meet. This now extends to the dimension of the human race in the space. We need, in so many ways, decide, understand, as has been a habit of the man, we create ambassadors when we go to a new place, a new nation. We leave someone behind that can communicate and understand us, and at the same time understand part of the culture of where we go to. We need to be able to communicate as a society collectively, as a human race, even though human race collectively is divided into many races, many cultures. And for this reason, man has created new dimension in life. For this purpose, we have to step, and we have to step in very carefully. We have to set everything according to what is to be, how we interact, who is representing us to interact, and who has the right to be able to be interacted with that carries the collective knowledge of human race. One of the first steps to complete this has been the establishment of Universal Council. From today, Universal Council takes the responsibility of becoming the interface between humanity and what we collect and what we establish as the Universal Council and what we call the Universal Council. In a way, the two universes, University of Man, Universal Council, and Universe, will appoint and represent as a higher council, as man gets accepted into the Society of Universal Council. Means we'll have a spokesman, we have a spokesperson to represent us, represent our emotion, our needs, and our knowledge, and at the same time, their knowledge to be transferred to us. For this reason, we engage Universal Council members directly in this process from now on. For the next 5 months, during the teaching, the Universal Council members will promote to be on the panel. There's one request, especially from Italian Council, please do not break into communications, then we have to remove you into the other point. The reason for this teaching is very direct. Universal Council members have to start accepting their position and their seat as the representative of the human race in what we establish in the coming time. The technological development in the Keshe Foundation Austria has reached to the point to deliver the new technologies beyond the imagination of man. We have never revealed, and gradually in coming weeks, you will see technologies and instrumentation that mankind could never imagine exist. We use Keshe Foundation Manufacturing Austria as a research center to deliver the edge of science and technology of the space and universe. The first phases of this has already reached completion. And in the coming weeks and days, you will see technologies which mankind could never imagine. You could never even think of. As I said in the American teaching, in the next couple of weeks, you will see a fish tank in the center of the exhibition, filled up, not necessarily with water, but with the fields of the cosmos, where we can represent and all watch and see the representation and delegations from all dimensions of the universe. Many of you thought we'll put this fish tank to show you the creation of the fish and creation of life. This fish tank is the tank of the universe. We'll create the conditions that over the next 5 years and beyond, we start establishing for us collectively as a human race to see the new dimensions, new lives, those who are amongst us and those who we will be amongst sin. And in this process, as we said, the Keshe Foundation Exhibition Center in Linz will become a showroom for interaction of the humanity with the universal community. This was planned from the beginning. My plan from day one was to use, and we set the two systems to create a condition. One system creates the dimension of the soul, and one system brings the dimension of physicality, manifestation of the being. In this process, mankind gradually gets to learn, gets to see, gets to understand that this is not a mirage. This is not a 3D presentation. These will be lives, true lives of the universe. And in the same process, we will show the soul of the man when it floats in these directions and in these dimensions, how they will represent themselves in other dimensions and directions. As I said, the technology of the Keshe Foundation is beyond understanding of many of the human race, but gradually we will educate you to it, and gradually many of us will become what we call the passengers of the universe. In so many ways, as we open the doors in the coming weeks in interaction with the rest of the creatures of the universe, the responsibility of the communication and accepting the responsibility of the human race falls on the shoulder of the Universal Council members. It's their responsibility to lay out the position and interaction of the humanity with each race, with each organization, and for human race, with the world leaders in how we expect them to follow. To many of you, at this moment, this is far-fetched. But as I said, we took time to bring as many possible into the folds of the Keshe Foundation to understand. And now within the next 5 months, so 21st of March 2021, mankind will be prepared. Some of the teachings at the time of teaching might not be relevant and you might not understand it, but don't forget, we teach not only for the man, but the universal community to elevate this, that we all enter into universal community on the equal term and equal knowledge. It does not mean that only the human race is behind, but many other races who will reach their souls have been evolving to reach the same point. Some are near, some are far, but overall in the past years of teaching, we have reached enough not only to the soul of the man, but the soul of the universal community, that they've been brought up to the same level. The voice of the soul of the Creator reaches its own creation in all dimensions. Does not need the presence of physicality. Maybe mankind has been lucky to be in the presence of. We do not know how humanity reacts, but we expect and we request from the Universal Council to lay down the fundamental work of the human race in the direction of peace. One of the most important functions of Universal Council is reaching the world leaders and laying down the term of their existence and interaction with the universal community. What the Council decides becomes the law for this planet. And that's the only law that the Keshe Foundation and the universal community will abide by. We would not accept, we would not dictate on no nation and from no nation. The Earth Council has the responsibility of the communication between the world leaders and the Universal Council to accommodate the wishes of humanity to be brought up to the level, in industrial level, social level, and what we call universal level, at the same time to all the continents of this planet, which means no race shall be left behind. As I've said before, we support our teaching with the physical systems and dimensions. Yesterday, with the transfer of a very simple knowledge to what I call Keshe Foundation Austria, a new cycle of systems will be released. The knowledge at this moment is what is needed, so in the future days and weeks, we add to the knowledge. Many of you will be able to replicate, but you will not be allowed to enter the dimension of the communication with the universal community unless it's been achieved and accepted by the Universal Council. Obedience to the Universal Council is sacrosanct for the existence of man in the space. The collective direction for the human race lays in the hand of Universal Council members and no world leaders and no other organization. This is very clear, and we make it more clear if any organization tries to interfere, or any government. We make sure that administration will not be operational in any place on this planet. We leave this entirely to the world leaders to decide. From now on, we create an Earth leadership as collective members of the Universal Council, and as we said, collectively by the souls in the languages they carry. It becomes important for the members of the Universal Council to understand, to take these as a joy and not as a pride. Any member of the Universal Council crosses the limitation of collective work of the Council will be automatically removed by the head of the two heads of the Keshe Foundation, as Universal Council has to be humble to serve, not arrogant to be. And this is the fundamental work of the Universal Council. I make these things very clear at the outset, that when we start teaching and presenting technology and what we call theology of the interaction of the man with the universal community, the present theologies and the religions become of the past. Mankind goes back to one book, the book of Creator, the book of the creation, and not in different names of Bible, Torah, or Quran. The instruction in all is the same, and it came from the same source, the same soul, and the same man, but in different times and dimensions. In this process, mankind will not receive another book of orders, but learns the ethos of the universal community action and interaction. Mankind has reached a point that it needs to become close to its creator, and not by bending and praying, but by understanding the knowledge of the creation. In so many ways, we set the leadership for the humanity to enter the universal community on the dimensions of the universal councils of the collective unicos. We step by step will take you into position that the first members of the Universal Council will meet with the head or the members of the Universal Council, as you call it, and then through that, and what is agreed in the coming time, will lead the leaders of the nations of this planet into one dimension, one direction. Prerequisite to any interaction between the Universal Council and any leaders of this planet is agreement to the disarmament, agreement to abolish and demolish all arms. In so many ways, we create a dimension and the knowledge that will be applied. In a coming time, Keshe Foundation Austria will deliver a technology that in one move will make nuclear technology totally disarmed. No nuclear weapons will be able to fire on this planet or be used on this planet. We ask for the leaders, those who possess nuclear weapon technology, to meet us in Tehran in the coming time for a total agreement of disarmament of nuclear. All negotiations on the term of disarmament will be done in the city of Tehran with American, Chinese, Russians, and other nations who have reached nuclear weapon technology for agreement for a total disarmament. If not done so, we will disarm remote. No nuclear weapon head will ever leave a silo. No nuclear scientist will ever remember what they knew about how to make nuclear weapon. The knowledge of nuclear technology and weapon technology will be erased from the memory of the man, as I wish, and I will. In this process, we bring a new condition, a new dimension. We reach agreement with the soul of the man who created the weapon to accept the elevation of the soul in exchange for getting the knowledge, in a way to shelve the knowledge that never be used. As I said, we make it a willing and not in force, but our will is beyond imagination of the man. Mankind will be disarmed in the process in the next few weeks and months in a very step-by-step gradual. Will make sure that no aircraft will ever take into airs and atmosphere of this planet which carries a weapon. As we said, we reach peace, now we disarm. It depends on the nations how to reach peace. On my very upcoming travel into Tehran as a delegation of the Keshe Foundation to meet the Iranian leadership in the coming weeks, there is one prerequisite: signing of the peace by the Iranian leadership with all the nations of this planet. And this will set the scene for the rest of the nations to follow. We respect the state of Israel on behalf of the Iranian nation as the nation of Israel and not as the government of Israel. As many, up to 25% of the citizens of Israel are Iranian citizens and born in Iran. This will bring the first step for us to bring other nations together for peace the way we want. I laid my terms with the Iranian leadership from the beginning. Peace on earth needs generosity and understanding, and not aggravation and trying to extend. My request goes the same to the leaders of the State of Israel. Disarm and talk, or we bring you on that table within days. We wait for the change of administration in the American government. That in that process, we bring new dimensions in the world political scene. In the coming weeks, we will interfere directly with what is become known as COVID-19. We will deliver technology to radically change the atmosphere of this planet, that this virus will not be damageable to man. Which means we deliver a technology in a rapid way that mankind sees how he can help himself in the depths of the universe. As I said, viruses are part of the work of the universe, and in the space we will not come across bacteria or others, but we will interact on a continuous daily basis with packets of energy as we call viruses. We will show how mankind collectively can walk away from this. The first structure of this will be shown in the city of Linz through eradication of the COVID-19 from the whole city in the coming weeks, which means anyone enters the city will 100% will never carry COVID-19 or any other viruses which is harmful to his or to her body. We bring this protection firstly to exhibition center. Anyone enters the center will become automatically what we call release of the virus. And gradually we extend this to the area of the around the center, and then gradually to the city of Linz. And then we bring this with the collaboration of the governments of Austria and the European community across Europe and the rest of the world. As we have said, we have shown the technology in Iran effectively, and now we deliver the technology on piecemeal in organization of the Keshe Foundation Manufacturing Austria as the headquarters of the operation and research, step by step. As we have already offered this to the mayor of Linz. They can bring people with virus, and within 3 hours they can check again with no virus. We can reduce the time. We can create a sterilized atmospheric condition within the building where the magnetic gravitational field of the virus will be absorbed by the structures which the Keshe Foundation gradually introduces in the exhibition center. As I said, and I explained to the research team in Austria yesterday and understood, we can create and replicate any virus instantaneously within the system which is developed. We can feed you, we can elevate your soul, and we can do whatever we need. One of the biggest problems up to now was how to achieve this. And now that the knowledge has been transferred, the process is easy. In going back to the new teaching, as I said, primarily in the last couple of weeks teaching, what happens to the man when you leave the space of this atmosphere? What happens to man when you leave the space of the solar system. What happened to man? When man leaves the galaxy, each condition, each atmosphere has its own field strength. We are born from the womb of the mother in the densest of liquid, fields which create the density of liquid for us to be able to move freely within the womb of the mother, in our universe, in our world. In the first 9 months of the life of the man, man lives in the universe of liquid. Then, in an instance, we have developed the technology within our, what we call a strength of the soul, to transfer into much lighter compact. We call it air. Atmospheric condition of this planet to absorb energy from the environment, to be able to guarantee the survival of us within this atmospheric condition. We wear no suits, and we are born with no astronautic clothing from the womb of the mother. We have learned, and our soul has taught our physicality the switch. Mankind has never understood that the switch from the liquid to air is fully controlled and dictated by the soul of the man for the transition, and not by the physicality of the man. In a way, the soul changes, strengthens its elevation as is released from the compact environment of the soul of the mother into the biggest soul of the planet, and accordingly adjusts the strength of the field of the soul and every cell in the body of the man to accept. We have watched this billions of times, and so it has become normal to come from the liquid environment in the atmosphere, and we just see it as it is. But we never understood that the transition from the instant the body is transferred from the liquid environment of the womb of the mother to the atmospheric condition of the planet is totally and utterly controlled and dictated by the strength of the soul of the man, and it gets and receives a bigger freedom. It's very much like a balloon. You change the pressure, atmospheric pressure, and so the balloon expands as it enters a lighter pressure. This is what has happened to human race, and mankind never understood. In a way, our soul changes the strength of every cell which is under its control within the physicality of body of the man to accept the new condition. And he has set an interface with it. We call it at 36.5 degree, 37 degree interaction, the heat of the body of every creature on this planet, most of us who live with a given soul. Therefore, maybe this has taught you something slightly different. Maybe for the first time, you understand why we live at a given temperature and why some animals can change dimension and work in different atmospheric temperature. When you look at the temperature of the animal, you understand the position of the soul, interaction of the soul with the physicality of the man, with the soul of every cell of the man. This becomes paramount, and in the future, in the depths of the universe, man will learn a lot from this. How his soul, with interaction with his physical dimension, will create temperatures which man can adjust and live at any depth of the universe, at any temperature, position and condition. This is why in the teaching of past couple of weeks, I tried to explain how some animals can stand high temperatures and high pressures in the depth of the oceans, or what we see the creatures above us in the upper atmosphere at the coldness of the space, but freely. It's the soul of the animal, it's the soul of the being which adjusts to accept the pressure and the temperature and the position and the environment, not the physicality. As we see, most of these animals look the same as the ones we see in other places. It's the soul which changes the position of the acceptance and tolerance in the condition. And now you understand why we've been teaching the structure for the soul of the man, for us to understand in the depth of the universe. Our soul decides in what pressure and temperature we react to the environment we arrive. As we said, we take the soul of physicality within the confinement of the soul of the man, and then we adopt it and we release it. In so many ways, maybe now you understand why from the beginning I explained one thing, that the physicality of the man is a leech on the soul of the man. In a way now we teach how one leech can become part of and become inseparable part of the life of the soul. We take it in and we protect it, and when we need, we put it out to create our manifestation. I can put the soul of physicality 100 meters away as the atmosphere decides and become a 100-meter creature, or I bring it in within centimeters, I become a small animal, depending on the pressure and magnetic fields of the environment. Now maybe some of the scientists understand how the creation of life on this planet has taken place, why some nations all look the same and some nations behave the same, where we respond in accordance to the gravitational magnetic field of the environment and the position and distance of the soul of the man with the soul of physicality of the man, which dictates our height, our color of eyes, our emotion. This is why members of each nation or nationality carry certain habits, because it goes back to cup of man, which we showed you with the 5-stacker cup. The gravitational magnetic field of the earth is constant. The inertia of the environment dictate the other fields above. How far you dictate the position of the soul, how far you dictate the position of the soul of physicality, and how far you dictate the position of the matter state of the body of the man from it. Many of you have made many cups, but have you, any of you, tried to miniaturize the cups and position them in the height of the man, in the position of the earth and gravity, and see how your cups react different and creates different atmospheric and environment in your homes? All of you, as has been the habit of the man, just got a box and put a box in it and put some ganses in it and looked at it. But none of you understood the essence of the teaching. As usual, man has to make it bigger for him to be better. If you make a cup of man, if you make the cup of the life of what are called vertical people or horizontal people, look at the size, look at the position, the distance between them, and see what emotions you receive and what you understand. This is part of the teaching. You all made big boxes and big stackers. You made the soul of a giant which covers the whole environment of you, not the soul of man, not soul of a being in the size of the man. Mankind has to understand this. As I said, monkey see, monkey does, and this has to stop. You have to analyze what the teachings mean. You have to understand what it has to be. You all made big boxes and big containers and you stacked them up on the walls and everywhere else. Think for 1 second. If you made a stacking unit and put it against a wall, you have created a cage because its limitation is the strength of the field of the wall. You made the stacker and you put it in the middle of the room. You create a condition and combination of the fields. If you make your system in the right dimension, in the right proportion, in the right mixture in respect to gravitational magnetic field of the earth, the inertia of the matter state, and the soul of the man, you shall see light. You shall see the interaction of the soul of your system with the material conditions you have created. But none of you have reached that point because you were too busy to making big cups and big stackers. Now you understand how in the coming time we create a condition of life in the tanks. Understanding gravitational field of the universe at the point of the manifestation. This is part of what is to come. This is what I said. We gradually educate you to understand the teaching of the universe. How to create first a home. How do you create a home for your physicality? How you create a condition for your physicality to exist within that home. The home could be 4 walls, could be the atmospheric condition of this planet, could be the atmospheric condition of the galaxy or a solar system, or within the spans of the 2 galaxies, 2 stars. Now mankind has to go back and re-understand, re-educate itself in what we taught you as the 5 cups. If you change the gravitational magnetic field of the bottom cup to gravitational magnetic field of the Mars, and you understand in which point of the Mars you want to manifest yourself and create the inertia of it, and then you know the strength of the soul of the cup, and you put it on the top, you will find a physical manifestation of the man in the other 2. And the physicality of the man, how he will look in the Mars when he lands. Now you understand the extent of the knowledge we have brought you in the dimension of the 5 cups. You want to know what kind of vegetation will grow on Mars. In your cups today, you create the gravitational magnetic field of the planet, of Earth. Now you do of the Mars. You create the inertia of the position of Mars. And then the soul of the vegetable or life which you want to create on Mars. You place it on the top, becomes a horizontal man. You put it in the middle, it becomes a matter state, and you put it at the bottom near the inertia, you create the life of the vertical people, because you lock the position. Then you can see how your carrot will grow on the surface of the moon or the Mars. Now you understand the extent of the knowledge. And if you translate this back onto Earth, you can grow anything you like on anywhere in the universe. Take the seed, and the seed of that element will carry the soul of it. You want a carrot which you used to make in grandpa's home in Northern Australia, but you want to grow it in Canada, take the seed. The seed carries the soul in the atmosphere which was created. And now you will receive the vegetation will grow with the same taste and condition in Canada. Now you understand why we told you that mankind has to understand the operation of it. You want to create a gold. You carry the soul of the gold in the center, and then it manifests itself in dimension of physicality. The same with the gases. The same with any condition in the universe. The introduction of the 5 cups was the interface between the man's knowledge and universal community knowledge, as we explained. Ignore it, do not understand it, and you shall see nothing. Try to expand the knowledge, and then you will understand how the knowledge works within the structure, physicality of the man. Now you understand why we introduced so deeply and protected the 5 cups. And we encourage you to understand it. Because this, for the future scientists, is the cornerstone of knowledge for man to be able to travel the depth of the universe. When you put a cup which made from your soul on the upper section of the vertical life, and then you create the condition of the atmosphere of the planet you want to be in, and you see that the soul moves to the middle cup, then you understand in that position in the universe, you will not be able to manifest yourself in the matter state you are, but as a solid, because that's what the conditions create. And would you like to be a stone? Then you understand the writing of the prophets of God. Even a stone has a soul. Because in that atmospheric condition, the strength of the soul of the man would allow man only to manifest itself in matter state of the soul, but is still conscious of his existence. What I taught you now is the knowledge of the Creator and the secret of creation. And this is what, as we said, the man will be taught the knowledge at its extent. You ignore the 5 cups, you play at peril of your life in depth of the universe. This is what I said in the teaching past years, that you will be able to understand how you will look before you go there. Would you like to be a stone on a mountain, or would you like to be able to move in the new atmosphere you land yourself in? The 5 cups is the backbone of the knowledge of the creation, and mankind has to understand its operation fully. At every strength, at every condition in the universe can be created in understanding of the totality of 5 cups. As I said in the past, in a coming time, as we said with the fish tank, will be chaos. That you want to go to Mars, you go in and you see if you can stand it. Before you go in, you put the seed of your soul and see how you manifest yourself. And when you arrive in that position, because you carry the condition of the seed of the soul, you will receive the knowledge from the environment of existence. Means mankind does not need to learn languages, does not need to learn anything, but at the point of interaction will receive from the environment of the destination. In so many ways, this brings us back to one thing. How do we communicate with the creatures of the other universes when they manifest themselves in the dimension of the planetary system of Earth or any other place? How do we meet with other races in the oceans of the universe, in the span of no man's land, but it's not theirs and not our physical condition and the soul interaction? This will be taught in the coming time, that we reach the soul of the knowledge of the every passenger of the universe as much as they can reach us. And any misconduct will be recognized instantaneously. You create a wish to eat, you will find a resistance of your soul from the point. You reach to give, you find the nearest of the soul. And the same shall be. If your intention was to love and the intention of the other side was to eat your energy, you will see you will be distanced. And you try to make friendship and gathering, you will see how close you come, because the both intentions are the same. Mankind will learn from one thing, that the universe is a peaceful place, and mankind will not be allowed to carry on with the present behavior of killing and destroying. We take this part out of the soul of the man by the permission of the man himself, and not intruding into the soul of the man. Every man has to volunteer and submit his soul to peacefulness, going through the process which will be introduced in coming time. new technologies, new flight systems, new understanding of the movement of the fields of the universe, even to the level of the strength of the Creator will be taught to man. But does not mean that the man will ever be achieved all of it in one go and immediately. It needs testing and understanding and graduation from the true essence of the knowledge, and not by just copying. In so many ways, past half an hour of teaching, I have taught a lot. It will take mankind millions of years to unravel past 30 minutes of teaching. But as you're not aware of it and your knowledge has reached that point, these are all thoughts. In a coming time, the process, the development by human race and watching the others will show how much you've been taught in the first lesson of the interaction with the universal community. I laid out now the alphabet of the universal contract, but it needs to be understood. And it'll take you centuries to make the first word if mankind take the path of the past. And it takes one instance to write the book of life of the universe if mankind be very clear in understanding of the knowledge. Prerequisite to the peace of mankind is a collective acceptance of the peace. And as we said, is the responsibility of the knowledge seekers and the Universal Council members to lay the foundation. We look to the Hebrew Language Universal Council and the Persian Universal Council to start negotiation with both nations. Do not be afraid. We are there to support, but you have to learn. It's the responsibility of the Universal Council of the Hebrew language to take the banner of the communication and peace talks between Iran and Israel. The same with a member of Universal Council from the Persian language. It's the responsibility of the Earth Council for both sections to support and find ways to do it. And in the background, we support. In our visit to Tehran, we expect both Universal Council members to be with us. In that process, we bring the two processes together. We see the peace between Iran and Israel as a cornerstone for the man to learn to set aside their animosity and make a peaceful path. And then the rest will follow. In so many ways, mankind needs to learn to be peaceful, to erase the animosity and war, hysteria, which is set in his physical soul and not in his true soul of existence. In the coming weeks, by showing technologies which will take mankind time to understand, we'll stay the way. We pave the path and we create the conditions for this process. One of the cornerstones of delivering this to change is the establishment of one enhancement unit, one city, that gradually we change the position of mankind step by step. And we set out this to be done. In so many ways, we can and we have to achieve the condition of the elevation of the soul, that the physicality does not need to depend on the physical soul for it to exist. As I said, we start teaching in a very rapid way, but with massive amount of information and knowledge. And each teaching on Thursdays will bear the signs of the new education, new knowledge. And we expect the knowledge seekers to, by week to week, to catch up to that point. In so many ways, we will teach you how to create the condition to create souls. But for those who understand to be in that level, and then how to be a copy of your own soul that you can manifest and test the condition as part of the sample of the soul in what we call the conditions of the universal community and environment. Which means you put a small part of your soul in the system and you see how you will be. Can you interact it? Can you understand it? Can you live with it? And then if your soul is through you, truly who understands, if I wanted to get the journey to that point and place. And as we have created a condition of the point and position, the transmutation and transportation and the point of acceptance of the soul will be instantaneous. This will be a new transportation system across the universe, which we will teach the mankind in the presence of the soul, in the presence of the environment, in the presence of understanding the technology which has never been open to man. As I said in the teaching of past few days, the emotion of presence is the emotion which mankind has never known. Now, through understanding of the creation of your own soul to dimension of travel, the emotion of the presence that you can see your existence in the position of destination becomes vital. In a way, what my ambassador as my soul sees is what I'd like to get my physicality to see too. That in a way you used to dream about your father in the what we call emotional presence. Now you can see that through your soul. You do not put your soul in danger, but by the presence you understand the position you will take, if you can tolerate it or which the place you want to be. This is one of the most important part of the technology of the deep space, what we call the emotion of the presence. As I explained in the teaching, the emotion of presence, mankind is very familiar to, but he never understood that it is part of emotion, and you call it a dream. In a way, you dream your father, but in fact, you created and triggered the emotion of the presence of the father. And it's an emotion, is not condition of a dream. How you create a condition of emotion of the loved one is the same. Now mankind has to learn the new emotions of the space. Emotions of interaction of the souls and plasma of the soul. As I said, in a coming time, we'll give you a ball in your hand. You shake it and you create the dimension of every energy in the soul which is connected to you. Zero time communication in understanding the transmutation of the fields, not the transmutation of the elements. Teaching is getting heavy, but it's getting sweet. In a way, it's becoming part of the total understanding of the knowledge of the universe. As I said, I brought you step by step. Nano coating, the ganses, the fields, the cores, the flight system, the fiber stacking unit. And now you understand why the fiber stacking unit came last. Many of you have not understood the work of the fiber stacking unit, and I have seen no one to do a true replication up to now. If you do, you shall see. But no one has done, because first of all, you have not followed the rules of the universe that we will do. And then you will see more. Now, I hope that our people have promoted the members of the Universal Council onto the panel. And in that process, we will gradually understand the total understanding of the process of creation. As some of you have been noticing that in the past week, a new dimension has been added to the structure of the teaching of the Keshe Foundation, and it is encouraged to be developed and to be extended. Last Friday, the Keshe Foundation of Iran, the Farsi team, was invited to be the guest of the Brazilian Keshe Foundation teaching time on Friday night, as a first introduction of the two sides of the Keshe Foundation International Cooperation as One Nation. And the visit was reciprocated by the visit of the Keshe Foundation Brazil to the Iranian teaching on Monday night. We have requested and we met that the Iranian Keshe Foundation on November the 1st will meet with the American Keshe Foundation team on their teaching time on Sunday night, and reciprocation on Monday by the American team to the Iranian Keshe Foundation teaching. Remember that during the both times of the teaching and the exchange, the Iranian leadership and government officials will be online to listen. It is important that in these meetings that both groups understand, they lay down the work and the pattern for the future negotiation between the two nations. This is the way it shall be. We request the presence of the both Universal Council members to be present in both teachings. We have requested on the 15th, in that week, the meeting of the same of the Iranian Keshe Foundation team with the Chinese knowledge seekers, and exchange the following time with the Chinese to Iran. We extend this to the Germans and the French, and at the same time from November on, we request of the same structure with interaction of all the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers groups to start interacting as 2 or 3 and start understanding that how the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation has to be shared irrespective of border and culture and nationality. As I said, everything has been set for the what I call the change of the course for humanity. We expect the same, if can be done, between the knowledge seekers of Iran and the State of Israel on the back end of November, that the two can meet and the two can share and break the barriers. It's the responsibility of the Universal Council member for Hebrew language to bring the Israel's state nation to the Iranian community the same. Do not be afraid that there's a few, this will grow to be thousands. We have to teach the ethos of the peace on this planet and beyond, irrespective of color, race, and religion and creed. And the Keshe Foundation is the best place for it to start. In so many ways, we would like to see the extension of the meeting of the Hebrew, the American and the Iranian Farsi language in the State of Israel language in the back end of November. In so many ways, we need this to be able to lay down the cornerstone of peace. We need, not only by technology, by reality, to show our governments that we govern truly through the soul of the man and not through the dimension of arms and politics. As I explained to one of the knowledge seekers, they tell me you say tomorrow and your tomorrows take 6 months. When we say tomorrow, it means from today we'll lay the soul for that thing to happen. And when it's the time for its maturity, it will manifest itself. We are not magicians that we say tomorrow will be tomorrow. We lay the law from tomorrow to start. The same shall be. What we wish, it will take place. I was explaining in 2010-11, I wanted the structure set up of Wiki, KeshWiki, and it took 5 years to show itself in the dimension of the Keshe Foundation operation. We see the same. We wish to have, slay the soul from that day, and then it takes its time to manifest itself. The man who waits for it to happen the day tomorrow, it means man has not understood the work and operation of the soul of the life and creation. Maybe this answers many of you knowledge seekers, as Mr. Keshe said, this will happen by then. We set the soul to be matured by then, and then it's time for it to become to life. Is the cycle of the permission of the other physical and souls and the strength for it to be manifested. Now maybe some of you understand how we operate. When we set within 6 months, within 2 years, is that the maturity of the soul will reach that point. And then it's for the acceptance of the totality for it to manifest itself. It might take a month, a year, or 10 years, but the process has started to complete its soul. And this is what we call our wish is our command. We make the wish, we make our process, and it's for the souls to accommodate at the point of the presence of acceptance. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Remind the attendees, as usual, you can put your virtual hands up so that we can allow you to speak. We have promoted Universal Council members to the panelists. So if you have a question, you can open your microphone and ask.
Hello. Can I ask a question? Could you please promote the members of the Universal Council to the panel?
Yes, all the...
There is one thing, please, before we go to this. The head of the Keshe Foundation in next few minutes will release the page for the enhancement units that people were requesting, that you can go on it directly. Before I forget, a page has been set up on the Keshe Foundation website that many people who wanted to make the pages ready for, they wanted to donate whatever for a given center in their city. Now they have a page you can go on to. We already have received donation of 10,000 euro for the city of Linz in Austria from one of the knowledge seekers. A donation of 10,000 has been committed by knowledge seekers in Australia. Number of knowledge seekers have set 1,000 or whatever to the Keshe Foundation for the purpose of their city. Knowledge seekers are exchanging the cash coin for the payment for their city. It's already been received requests for this. So you put your request, please go on the website and fill in the form, which city, what you want to put, and it'll be indicated how much has been received by the Keshe Foundation Austria in setting up of the systems for the city. And when it reaches to the threshold, we go through with it, and it'll be announced and be handled by Universal Council and as council for that. I just asked the head of the Keshe Foundation to release the page on the website. It's in her hand and her decision, as she'll be, the two heads of the Keshe Foundation will finalize the release of the funds for the operation to the councils. We need to understand the operation of the Keshe Foundation from this time on relies on cooperation and collaboration of the Earth Council, the Universal Council, and the head of the Keshe Foundation, and with a consultation with the core team. The core team is there to give advice and to support. And in so many ways, it comes to the point that the members of the Keshe Foundation, knowledge seekers, will understand the process and gradually will bid onto it. As I've requested the head of the Keshe Foundation, please release the page that people can go on page and you can interact, you can decide nation by nation, city by city. And at the same time, the Keshe Foundation is in negotiation with organizations to finance a large number of these units, as we said before. And we wait for the completion of the negotiation. When and if complete, these number of the systems which is agreed with these organizations will be given to the Universal Council and the Earth Council to decide the spread of it across this planet. That a decision made by the two councils' agreement will release that position for the heads of the Keshe Foundation to structure the delivery of the systems, building of the centers, ordering of the systems, organizing the doctors and the facilities to be in position. And this all will be done in that process. Even when you donate to the point of the acceptance of the threshold we put, then the responsibility of the Universal Council is to choose the city or the city which has been donated for, and then it's the responsibility of the Keshe Foundation heads to organize the whole structure for that city. As I said, you do not need to be the citizen of the one place and want it for that place. You can donate to be done in wherever you need, Africa, Asia, or wherever. In the coming time, many of you will learn to allocate these systems to different positions in the universe, because we'll bring the extent of the use of these systems across points where you see appropriate for men. As you can see on your page, the page for donating facilities for the center has now been released by the head of the Keshe Foundation. It's on your screen. You can go through it, and it's self-explanatory. Some of the most frequent questions and answers has been added. You can see the nations, you can see the amount of donation you decide to do, and which city and which country has received. And gradually we build on this. There are some corrections or some addition will be done as we learn and as we add. In this way, we make it possible for every member of the Keshe Foundation worldwide to be part of, to be in the process of change of the course for humanity. Those of the members of the knowledge seekers who want to exchange their cash coins for donation for a new system, we need you to send us a copy of your donation which you received confirmation of the payment of on your bank. That you send us the confirmation of payments, and then we confirm, and then it'll be allocated to that point, to the city or the district or area which you want the system to be used for. You got to realize the Keshe Foundation coin has been accepted by the World Bank as a valid currency to be used internally in the Keshe Foundation structure. We had a large discussion with the Central Bank of Europe and the World Bank Organization, as there were a lot of concern about launching such a structure of coin, and it took us some 3 months, and we received agreements from the both World Bank and the European Central Bank that the Keshe coin is a valid coin within the structure operation of international, within the Keshe Foundation structure, and is authorized to operate within it. Therefore, you're dealing with a valid currency which is accepted by the European Central Bank with the Keshe Foundation banking system and our bankers in Holland. We had to answer many questions to the European Central Bank in respect to creating a coin which had no nationality. And in understanding it, the Central European Bank and the World Bank have accepted the Keshe Foundation coin as a valid coin to be exchanged and to be used. So we have reached that point of maturity to launch, and people can buy the coin and then designate the coin to what they need. In the long term, Keshe Foundation is still in the process of acquiring a banking system which in due course will bring more to you. So as we said, the Keshe coin has become as part of the structure acceptance in the banking system within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. It took us a long time to reach agreement with the AB AMRO and the European Central Bank, and this is completed. And in this process, we carry an official coin which belongs to the Keshe Foundation and be traded anywhere across this planet. Any questions? I would like first of all to ask the members of the Universal Council what you see, how you feel, and how you see the process that now you have become involved in. Is this what you are expecting, or is it too big for you to be part of? Or is it a challenge that you are yearning for to fulfill for humanity?
Perhaps Gatwa can go ahead first. He's got a hand up here.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, Dr. Gatwa.
Yeah, thank you very much once again for your rapid release of new technologies and new knowledge. Now I have a question about what you just taught, that we can create.
Hello? Have we lost Dr. Gatwa?
Phone was ringing. Sorry, I cut it off. So,
yes, please,
so the question is about creating condition for going to planet Zeus, for example. How would I know that I want to land, where I want to land, and how would I know the MAGRAF, the gravitation magnetic field?
In the coming time, the scientific world will map up the universe magnetic field. Many of it we know. Many of it we know the composition of materials, and many of it we choose when we arrive. It is at the moment, with the present knowledge, we have a surface touch of the knowledge. And as I said, with the new development with the Keshe Foundation, Austria Manufacturing Research Center, will deliver these technologies. these technologies will be delivered in how to measure and how to create the conditions. We had to learn one thing. Many of you will come to understand. One of the biggest pitfalls with your systems is presence of your boxes. One of the biggest problem with your systems is fixing up a motor to the end of your cores. You have already lived and worked with a non-real condition. You have to develop a technology like Earth, which is floating in the ocean of the fields of the universe and rotates and creates its inertia, and it creates its magnetic fields and its gravitational fields. This is what you do not have a knowledge, and this knowledge has been transferred to the what we call our research centers. Creation of what you see in the center, in the exhibition center of the rotating moon and rotating UFO using magnets and magnetic fields will never reach you to understand the true work of the universe. You have to create the fields of the ocean of the universe, that with it you can create condition of the free floating and rotation of the earth. This knowledge has been transferred to the research center in the past few days. So what one of your biggest problem and the scientific organizations at the moment is, we have no true replication of the work of the universe. And this knowledge now is in position of research centers. Then, by understanding this, you will be able to create the condition and the fields of the destination on Earth. In a way, you only know you have created a condition when your system flies to it, which is matches to. And this is now will be developed and released step by step into the hand of the Universal Council in deciding in which part and how they want to expand and extend the knowledge of the man. In so many ways, Universal Council members will carry both the responsibility of the man's soul on this planet and the soul of the universe in the due way. And they will understand gradually why and how. So this knowledge will be transferred to you in a very short time to the world of the scientists, that they can work on it and develop it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. I can't wait to get that knowledge.
I think it'll take you centuries to understand it. That knowledge is easy to get, to translate it to the position and the time. If you don't mind, Dr. Gatwa, if I can disclose, as it will be public knowledge, Dr. Gatwa is one of the first members of the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers who has exchanged his cash coin as first payment for the first unit in Africa. Thank you very much, Dr. Gatwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. I look forward to the arrival of that unit soon. Thank you very much.
You have opened it to the continent of Africa, so we have, the Universal Council has to choose the nation and the city. Thank you very much.
Sure, I'm not afraid of that because they are fair. So they will be fair in choosing that city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, we have Azar with the hand up here.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Regarding your question, that how you see member feels and about the task, and is this what we expected? The teaching you gave today, actually, it clarified a lot for me and made really sense in a way that what I visioned and what I dreamed and what I, as you said, when you wish for something, it just like you create a soul of the something, and in time it's going to give fruit. And actually, my wish that I wish a while ago, it just came to existence today, and I think is such a beautiful thing that we are stepping into. And I don't think it's a bigger task. And you know, when you taught us how to make the cup of man, and actually you talk about two versions of it, and you said there is one version that if you're ready to be connected to universal community, you can make it that way, or and if you're not ready, you create your own demise. So I decided to make it the other way, the one that I'm connected to universal community. And it turned out to be that I'm still alive. So it means when I decided I'm ready, I was ready. And I think we are ready, and I'm looking forward to that. Thank you for this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Azhar. One of the biggest responsibility in the next few weeks lies on your shoulder as a member of the Farsi Universal Council member and the head of Keshe Foundation in Iran, for making the, as you made with the Brazil last week, to make the first contacts with Americans. And I think the most fundamental one will be when you, with the support of the Hebrew language, open the two lines between Tehran and Tel Aviv.
Actually,
Make
Mr. Kesh, with the Universal Council Hebrew, interesting thing is a couple of weeks ago we had the initial interaction, and I think I wrote you something that was very interesting how we started this. And at that time I wondered what is the reason for this, and then suddenly this thing happened that Dora and I, we started to communicate and we got engaged, and then we went through some we were talking about some implementation and strategies, and I knew something is happening, and this is exactly the seed of that. And it's amazing how things unfold in a way it's supposed to be, and it's fantastic.
I think the way we have set out, it's the seed of peace and end of wars has to come from the citizens of this planet. And with the soul of its citizens, the nations will change. And in so many ways, as we see the interaction between the Iranian and Americans and North American in next couple of weeks by the 1st of November, and then with the Chinese on the 15th, and hopefully the last week of this month between the Israelis and the Iranians will break a big taboo. You got to understand, we use the Iranian Keshe Foundation as for a specific way of the transfer of the knowledge and technology and peace from inside. And you got to realize that in every Monday teaching, many of the heads of the Iranian officials listen to the Keshe Foundation. The head of Sepah, organizations, people, the governing government, the leadership of Iran, tentatively and thoroughly listens to all the teachings of Monday, which happens in Iran. We know that because I receive responses back on it. I know it because I know how the leadership and the Sepah and the others will react to it. We have received a positive reaction both from the Sepah and the Iranian leadership, and we carry on with that process. That we keep on teaching and we create the conditions for peace. That this interaction allows the Universal Council and the Earth Council to foresee and set up this process. At the moment, most of the work will go with Azar and Dr. Parviz to see these things happening very clearly and the way they did and we did in Iran. As I said, as we did in the 5+1, we sow the seed and we water it with blessing that it grows and we grow. I do not see much time at this moment till the what we call the American elections to open the door between Israel and Iran on the level of the knowledge seekers of the two nations. As we know, the present administration in America is not a peaceful administration, and we need changes. As I said, we have reached to the Iranian, the structure of the governing, and in so many ways we have received a positive move. Iran wants peace. Iran wants to negotiate dialogue with nations, not with governments. And the Keshe Foundation structure gives the Iranian government, not the government leadership, and Sepah to open these channels. What we see in the coming weeks and months as you open these negotiations or these teachings between the two nations, the governments will get involved. We'll bring them in. We open the first doors, and with it, we will see the change. As we do this on the public channels, those leaderships, especially on the teaching between the Hebrew language and the Persian language team of end of November, we request the head of Sepah administration to clarify the position of Iran with the state of Israel on a friendship basis. We request the Iranian leadership to set the terms for peace with Israel as part of the teaching. And we expect the same, the response in that teaching from the state of Israel and Israeli leadership. In the coming time, we'll slowly herd what we call the tool of peace in the direction of international levels. One of our biggest problems and challenges at this moment is between the Keshe Foundation, China, and American Keshe Foundation. That brings down the barriers which we see between the two states to be headed by the head of the Keshe Foundation in China and the members of the Keshe Foundation Chinese Universal Council and community to start the process. That we finish with animosities which is created by those who benefit by the separation of human race. We have received a direct approach by and from Rothschild family. Our response to Baron is one point. We have accepted your offer as long as its terms of the Keshe Foundation for development of the peace is accepted. Negotiations are on the advanced stage, and my message to the Rothschild family is simple. Keshe Foundation collaborates on the basis of peace to create a condition for peace and the spread of the knowledge. It's the first time the Keshe Foundation leadership has given a positive sign to Rothschild family, and we have one message for the Baron. On terms and the conditions of the Keshe Foundation has been accepted, we are prepared to open the knowledge on investments of Rothschild's group in Keshe Foundation enhancement units only till they show the process of the peace is part of the integral of the foundation. The Baron wants peace. Keshe Foundation leadership has given a positive sign for this joint collaboration. We use the strength of the Rothschild and their structure to spread peace, but we control it under total operation of the ethos of the Universal Council. My message to the Rothschild family is very clear. On terms and conditions of the Keshe Foundation, as we have agreed, we can accept the process of development of the enhancement unit across this planet for two reasons, as I explained in writing to the Rothschild group. Change of the soul of the Rothschilds to become a peaceful organization for development of the man and return of the knowledge which are given back to the hold of the universal community for development of the peace on this planet. The purpose is fulfilled and we accept the responsibility of full collaboration, and on one basis, only on enhancement units for a spread across this planet and no other function. For betterment of peace and creation of condition of comfort for humanity. We will use Rothschild resources and their development for our work of the spread of bringing prosperity and health to humanity and no other function, till the Universal Council authorizes the Keshe Foundation to take the next step with the Rothschild family. I've taken this step and I thank the approach by the Rothschild family, and it's the first time we have shown a positive direction for the Keshe Foundation to receive direct investments only for building of the centers, enhancement units, and no collaboration operation. This would not influence the operation of the Keshe Foundation by using and utilizing the facilities of the Rothschild enterprise and empire across this planet, except for helping the humanity. I open this directly, as it will be come out in the future. People would not say that we negotiate in the background. We have negotiated, we have come to an agreement, and Rothschild operation and organization has been fully open to us. We understand how and the way they will do, and it will be kept transparent. As I said before, this was planned and requested by the Baron to collaborate with the foundation, and we have given the green light. Then we have started a deep negotiation with his instruction and the head of the Keshe Foundations, and we're negotiating very closely on daily basis till we achieve directly and totally in the benefit of humanity and no other point. No other part of the Keshe Foundation is open and will be open to the Rothschild organization. And I thank the Baron for his approach and instruction for the starting of the negotiation, and we have given the green light to do so. We need, and sometimes we have to do this, as the facility provided gives us rapid deployment of technology across this planet. And this is what we are here for. And we negotiate only on the terms of the Keshe Foundation. We do not accept any funds from the Rothschild organization, except for purchase, development, and the spread of the enhancement units for the health of humanity across this planet. If we reach and finalize the last stages of this negotiation, the knowledge seekers across this planet will be informed immediately that we stay transparent as we are. And I thank again the Rothschild family and the Baron for initiating this, and we respond accordingly positive on basis of the progress for humanity and no other basis. The space technology, the weapon technology, defense, energy, and agricultures will be open for negotiation once we see the positive behavior of and complete total change of the Rothschild into our work. You got to understand, with the introduction of the new enhancement units for production of material, the wealth of Rothschild become worthless in so many ways. So this move has been made on a basis we understand as the banking system collapses. And in so many ways, we have to understand the changes which are to come. Geopolitics becomes global politics, and is exactly how we set up the organization. Is not the wealth we are after, is the spread of the technology across this planet, which is acceptable by governments, as Rothschilds are connected to every nation on this planet. It allows us to speed up our process, and it brings many benefits to the foundation. As the founder of the foundation, I recommend this to be accepted by the Universal Council, as this is for prosperity of the humanity, and I have received a green light from both heads of the Keshe Foundation, and they are involved in the negotiations directly. Any other question?
Hello, Mr. Kesh. It's Dean here from the UK. Can I ask a question, please?
Are you in the exhibition center?
I'm sat in there now, yes. I was expecting you to be here, but I'm on my own. So, but it's wonderful to be here all on my own, sort of soaking up all the atmosphere and the field. So, yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. Yeah. Mr. Kesh, so you're saying about the Rothschilds and that they've decided through their souls to actually
we do not disclose any further, and we do not discuss at this moment.
Okay.
We do not become part of Rothschild. We accepted their offer of humanitarian basis to spread the universal enhancement unit for humanity, the body enhancement unit, across this planet. We have to see how they fulfill it and if we can come to the final agreement. The whole operation is owned 51% by Keshe Foundation, 49% by Rothschild.
From a very humble Englishman, that's incredibly beautiful news. That's all.
We have to see. We have to see if we find. This is the third time Rothschild has tried to negotiate with the foundation, and I try to stay transparent because we reached the very last stages of it, and I don't want it to go public somewhere that they say we deal behind the foundation and knowledge seekers. If it happens, it'll be for benefit of mankind, and if it doesn't, most probably, as one of the largest organizations on this planet, we'll have to deal with this organization. And through it, and through their operation, we can speed up the world of the peace for many nations. You have to realize Rothschild family is split in many groups. And the group we are negotiating is the group which has refused to finance any more wars, not the other groups. There is one side of the Rothschild family which is totally refuses now to get involved in financing arms because the teaching of the foundation has reached their soul and they understood. And this process and this progress will be announced. And the heads of the Keshe Foundation and the top management of the Keshe Foundation have been told from the first approach of the negotiation when the Rothschild family approached us. And now we are on a daily basis contact till we're complete. And we thank our heads of the Keshe Foundation in Brazil for accommodating and accepting the first contact. And it stays that way and should not be disclosed any further.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. That's incredible. Thank you very much. From the soul of humanity, it's a wonderful feeling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A lot of responsibilities spreads across a number of the heads of the Keshe Foundation across this planet. The head of Keshe Foundation in Iran, the two boys, are flat out in making sure everything is achieved with the Iranian government, and Iran as a nation shown and become one of the jewels in the crown of the Keshe Foundation. You've seen the same thing from the Chinese Keshe Foundation. The solid support of the knowledge seeker of China has given a lot of work and solidarity to our work in many ways. Now we see the work of Rafael in Brazil. Brazilian Keshe Foundation has become part of the jewel of this technology in the spreading knowledge across the nations. We see the same thing with the Austrian Keshe Foundation, headed with Dr. Klaus, and working so hard to bring the knowledge into European continent. We see the same work with the North American side with John, and with what we call the work, the solid work of what we see now with Annex in Canada. In a way, we see many works with many knowledge seekers emerges across this planet, but is gradually leading us to where we want to be. It's not one person anymore, it's a collective of many hundreds of people in the background, working and supporting and delivering. And as we've seen, what we set up years ago as a seed now has started giving the fruit. The knowledge seekers, the Universal Council, the teachings, the spread of the knowledge that is accepted gradually by governments and supported by the officials and governments to fruit, to bring the fruit of peace. It is not simple. It's been collective and all of us have been in it. And it's nice to see the knowledge in exchange for peace brings those people who want to be in peace position. Any other question?
There's other questions, but I think we should hear from the Universal Council people first if they have something to say.
Hello, this is Moshik. And I have a question concerning the nuclear disarmament or the disarmament in general and the enforcement of it. Can you go into a little more detail on that?
The enforcement of nuclear disarmament was clearly defined to the American administration during the Obama's operation. I met with Marines from London, part of the American Defense Technology. I met with the Marines in Brussels. I met with the Marines in Seoul, and met them a number of times in other countries. Nuclear disarmament is very simple. If you know and understand the work of nuclear technology. We have two choices in nuclear disarmament: to change of the uranium to what we call isotopes within the capsule of the nuclear head, or change of the electronics that does not allow the launch. In so many ways, both options are clear to us we can use. The research team in Austria can tell you how easily we can override and make electronics useless by creating a specific type of plasma. Our what I call knowledge seekers in research have seen how the plasma overtakes the current flow and creates its own dimension of fields. We see it clearly in all dimensions using oscilloscopes and everything else. And if you understand this, we have two choices. The principal disarmament, nuclear disarmament, has been to change the soul of the scientist. The same as we done with financiers. The teaching of nuclear technology is not wrong. The use of nuclear technology has led us to this point. As we saw, Japanese used the reactor number 1 to create plutonium for warheads. And this was done with a full collaboration of the American administration. The Japanese were allowed by the Americans to produce nuclear material as a plutonium in reactor number 1, which would have made Japan a nuclear counterpart at the back door of China. We were aware of this. It was obvious this will happen. This technology, in a hidden way, in a backdoor collaboration between CIA and Japanese intelligence, was launched in mid-1980s, 90s, to curb the progress and become a backdoor threat onto China. As a nuclear physicist and someone who has close contacts and connections, what we call underground, with the world nuclear scientists, we knew the plan. Fukushima was what I said, adjustment. And in so many ways, what shocked me was that the Chinese government did not make any progress to take this into United Nations and block Japan. America should have been sanctioned on this, a hidden development of the weapon technology. But Fukushima brought us to that point, natural balance of the souls, as I call it. And in that process, we learned something very clear. We need to change the soul of the scientist, soul of the man, not to think of creating, even in hiding, weapon technology. Even with the plasma technology, you can create weapons if you decide, but the weapon is for the use in space to open dimensions, to create positions, not to damage the soul, not to damage the person, not to control the humanity through understanding of new plasma. So our progress is in that way. In nuclear disarmament, it's very easy the way I work. Change of the soul, change of the soul of the elements not to be nuclear, to be divided, to create fields, or to create a condition that the whole structure electronically cannot move. We can show this in the nuclear technology which was transferred by the Americans in 1970s from United States as a warhead to the state of Israel. Israelis never gained nuclear knowledge. It was transferred at the state of America to one of its states. Israelis do not have the intellect level of nuclear weapon. Is the extension of the American nuclear technology which is transferred into Israel. In this process, we can't stop. And what I call the Lasky button in Israel sits in the suitcase of the American president, not in the hand of the heads of the state of Israel. Is there as a gimmick, and is there because some of the Israeli lobbying group in Israel, in the United States, made this condition. And we can deploy very rapidly to disarm it. Very simple. Israel is a very small state, and we can cover it with 2 systems that no nuclear weapon ever leaves the state of Israel. And in a way to change the composition of the plutonium on the inception of its development within the warheads. So, you want to fight the old way, or you want to teach the new way? Elevation of the soul of the scientist to never think of developing systems that can harm another is the only solution. Elevation of the soul of the mankind is the only solution. What are you going to do with the next one? The plasma technology. It'll come what I call, which mankind is not aware of. If you go a step further to understand, cosmic rays on the cover of the plasma are much more powerful weapons than mankind would ever come to see. We use cosmic packages to resist and reverse some of the motions of galaxies in the universe. In the coming time, we'll show you. We produce fields as the strength when we cannot support a galaxy to be, not to be harmed, to position and keep a distance of two galaxies don't hit each other. It's been done many times. The universal knowledge is beyond the understanding of the man at the moment. We can stop colliding of the stars when in the system there's still lives which we cannot remove or cannot reposition. We have to change the warmongering habits within the soul of the physicality of the man, and that's where we sit with the problem. Not changing, stopping nuclear warheads, that's a simple knowledge you can do. Any other question? Or do you want to go for a break?
That's probably a good time for a
Thank you very
break.
much. Can I make an announcement before I forget? Next week teaching only, again, will be at 2 o'clock. Next Thursday teaching will not be at 9, but that'll be at 2 p.m. as was 3 weeks ago.
And I'll add that that's 2 p.m. CET, not CEST. So
Central
countries
European
involved-
time.
Yeah, countries involved, that might be an hour difference compared to what it would have been before this week.
Yeah.
So
It will be Central European time next week, because I think we changed time in Europe on Sunday or Saturday this week.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it'll still be at the same time, 2 p.m. Central European time.
Good day, Mr. Cash. I have a quick question, please.
We're going for a break. Can you keep your question till after the break, please?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Kesh. And as mentioned, we'll go on a short break here with the commercial interlude. Welcome back, everyone, to the 351st Knowledge Seekers Workshop. I think we're ready to begin the second part of the of the workshop. Hello, Mr. Kesh, are you there? I don't hear Mr. Kesh yet. Maybe we need a few more minutes. And I was wondering if anyone from the Universal Council wanted to, perhaps we have to unmute. Try to unmute.
And unmute.
Ah,
Hello, yes, I'm back.
there.
I wasn't anywhere, I couldn't get in. You muted me, I couldn't break through.
I didn't do it, but somehow that happened. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was silenced, sending a message through the soul. Let me in, let me in.
Actually, one of the other souls sent the message. One of the other souls at the head of the Kesh Foundation sent us the message.
Let me in. Okay. I think Jalal had a question.
Yes, Mr. Kash. Good day.
Hello, good day.
In the position where this question for Universal Council, it's about the absence of one of the Universal Council for language. When he is absent, can the Universal Council support member be in his position for temporary time?
This is under consideration for 2 members of Universal Council at the moment. And I'll send the request to both of them. One, and we are waiting for a response. And most probably there's 2 ways to dedicate or to step down or to take position, and the presence by the soul is not the presence by physicality. And this is what we have to understand. And gradually become matured. If the Universal Council member appoints a Universal Council support team for a time being, for a short time, to take the responsibility, yes, it can be done. But we have a time spent on this speed somewhere in the administration of it is. If it extends beyond certain limit time, the Universal Council member should step down. And maybe the support person might want to take the position and see if there is nobody else requesting to be in the same position. What I've heard from both members of Universal Council members is a valid reason, and so we accept the presence of their soul. But if they want to appoint someone to be in their position for the time being that they consult with them, that's no problem in the short term. There is a very big problem at the moment with the Universal Council members, and some are reaching into 60. By the end of 60 years old, before they become 61, they have to resign from their position. And some are in that process of going and being, and as there is no other members to be there, they still keep their seats in Universal Council till it's found as a supporting. We have this with Malta, we have this with Dr. Gatwain and a couple of others. They still work with the Universal Council, but are the member of Universal Council support and Universal Council till someone in the coming time will take their position.
Okay, Mr. Kash, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
Mr. Cash, this is Stefania from the Universal Council of Italian Language. Can you hear me?
Yes. I think you're always
Okay,
loud and clear.
And I found difficulties me too this morning to enter the meeting. So I was sympathized with what you just said before. Oh my God, I forgot the question. It was, I forgot. After 2 minutes, it will come back to my mind. I wanted to make a question about the Universal Council and just come out of my head. I will be back.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
Yes, I remember now. For the Universal Council, I remember that it was, but I want to ask again, just in case I misunderstood. To be Universal Council, you had to know 2 languages. Or not?
What do you mean?
Or does it matter? For example, just to be clear in my head. So if someone would like to become, let's say someone's got a call to be a Universal Council member, but he didn't been in other countries, and for example, he knows all Italians. Does this person could be Universal Council or not?
I don't understand what you mean.
Like, if I remember, it said to be Universal Council, you need to speak 2 language, and you need to have lived in 2 countries. So I don't know if this is was only for the Earth Council. Or
That's only for the Earth Council.
Okay, yeah, this is it. Okay, I want to just know this. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So Universal Council can be someone who doesn't speak other languages. So can be could just speak just Italian, for example. It doesn't have to speak. Okay, top. Thank you so much.
Yep. The Earth Council is a different limitation or principle. Any other request? Any other question?
Well, if there's no other responses from the Universal Council people, then we can get into perhaps some of the other questions that people have in the Q&A. Okay, so let's see, Lee has a question. Could the Universal Material Enhancement Unit produce a Universal Body Enhancement Unit?
What?
Well, could the Universal Material Enhancement Unit produce a Universal Body Enhancement Unit? In other words, can the material enhancement egg produce another egg of the Universal Body Enhancement Unit? Can an egg lay an egg? Or does it?
Put it this way. There is a system which will be introduced. I spoke about it just, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago in a very hidden way, that you can produce systems within the enhancement unit. In a way, if you go to the teaching, I explained that if this is the sun, and systems could be the condition of the Earth or the Mars or the Moon, you can create systems, can develop systems that, in a way, like a 3D system, will create whatever you imagine. We talked about this a few weeks ago. You want a cup. You want whatever. You want to create a transportation system, but you have to understand it. This will not work as a matter application. This works on the strength of the soul and understanding of the wish, where you create in the center, where now you have the center to create material from. You create a center, the soul of the wish, and will produce the condition and the system which you want. But that is not at the reach of the man at the moment. But I touched on this past few teaching. If you can create a condition of the soul of a planet or a solar system, creating a system of whatever you need is not that difficult. It's just creating the environment and the soul for the condition of. I like a cup, half to be blue, maybe half yellow, and it could be a twist on the yellow side. Mankind knowledge will reach a point that what you envisage, you can produce.
So a further question from Lee. What occupies the space where the Universal Material Enhancement Unit drew its components from, drew its materials? What occupies the space where the Universal Material Enhancement Unit drew its components from? And it goes on, does it close up like plasmas that instinctively accommodate for the overall distribution?
I don't understand.
I don't understand that question either. Lee will have to.
As usual, we'll go to the next one.
I guess
Hello. Hello, Rick.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, what's up?
Yeah, thank you. Salam alaikum, Sashut Pranam, Namaskar, salute, my dear Messiah. We all love you, all the love always. I want to add to the question you have asked about to the Universal Council, that are we expecting? Yes, as a council, energy, we are expecting this manifestation of the light of the Creator. As we say, we are detached from eons from this knowledge of the Creator. And walking with the ethos of the foundation, we reached, and now we know that the expectation is not unknown, except as the two souls in peace. You know, the peace treaty, as Messiah, you have given us this beautiful thing to have peace with the souls, the soul of the man with the soul of the physicality, and humanity have to understand this light. This light is in front of us now. And I will say that somehow, because the light of an enlightenment, I will say, the Creator has come here in Linz in a way of condition of exhibition, is an enlightenment for all human beings to see and to receive. And about the money, I will say the money was in this physicality, was used as in pain and suffering, or it has been used in giving and receiving, but in pain and suffering. So this time the money also have to transform. The money have to transform to be in peaceful way. You know, I want to say that the money have to have the value of the peace. If somebody is, and I can see the money as an energy transformed in peace, except received in peace, then only can given in peace to all humanity, because many innocent souls are there to receive it. So it has to be clean and peaceful. So it will work as an energy to enhance the souls to go in the dimension of space, as many enhanced souls are already there. And especially I will refer to the cities where the children are born and they don't even know the energy of the Mother Earth. They don't know about anything of this energy. Even in the tribal area, they know everything about Mother Earth and the energies around. So I will wish for them too in the main cities of all over the world, and I will wish for them so that they could come in this knowledge of enlightenment, as this is in their free will to choose. And I will say uh, about you, dear Messiah, you are the love and light reside inside us, as we now know the knowledge is, and through us many of us are knowing and enhancing. And anyhow, all humanity in the soul level had wished out of this box, is this physical uh, illusion, I will say, to see the appearance of the creator's way with love and care for all that is. So thank you, my Messiah, for all the teachings, for all the knowledge and all the love you have given to us. Everybody, those who are coming to get the enhancement unit, they have to sign the peace treaty. They have to be in peace and to understand the knowledge, to receive this, to be a giver. And the giving is in peace, and it will add value. Thank you so much. Salam, namaste, salute. I want to add this. Thank you, Messiah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Cash. Good morning, everybody. Wow, very amazing for amazing. Mr. Cash, if you don't mind, I have
Ernest, would you speak up? We can barely hear you there. Could you speak into the microphone better, please? Thank you.
yeah, okay.
Hello. I have a question. It's just wonderful because I think if there is no peace, things don't add up. We have to get to peace one way or another. So the other thing is we have, as humans, people in power who sign a treaty, they get the advantage and then go out and tear off the treaty, and that's it. Why? What is the guarantee that people who sign a treaty don't change after they got the power of using this? And again, we people have to continue suffering for a decent life in peace.
I think, Mahnaz, you have not heard one piece of the technology which is set in enhancement units, and that is the soul of peace. In the present system, which is in LINS, we have carried that through different way. And the same soul of peace will be transferred to all the Keshe Foundation produced systems for the body enhancement. We actually collected part of this material yesterday, and there are other pieces which is coming to it in the coming weeks that will be embedded in every enhancement unit produced by Keshe Foundation. That the man who receives, man as a human or any other creature that receives the process through the enhancement unit, elevation of the soul to peace, permanent peace, become part of his soul. We transferred this from the soul of the head of the Keshe Foundation into the first unit. And now, as the both heads of the Keshe Foundation are of the same ethos, it'll be embedded as the essence of the soul of peace in every system on this planet, which the Keshe Foundation will produce. So what you say that people might come in and change, they will come in and they will never change. This is one of the reasons we built these systems as part of the development of the peace. If you go back in the teaching of past couple of weeks, as I mentioned, in the coming time, elections around the world, that not only be a prerequisite by the constitution of the nation, but the prerequisite to deliver any kind of support in all levels, but the Universal Council, that all those who stand for leadership of areas in the physical dimension of the man have to confirm they have been, they have accepted, and they reach the process of the peace in their soul. Be it through the enhancement unit, be it through other methods which the Universal Council see fit. You have to understand, most of the people come with two agendas into the system, into our lives. They have a private and a public agenda. Privately, they want to be a world leader. Publicly, they're servant to those who bring them to that point. I met with this challenge with Obama. When one of the knowledge seekers in Washington delivered the World Peace Treaty to the office of the White House, first of all, it had to be done that way. The response from Obama in the private letter to me was very, very clear, and I went public with it. From a nation point of view, I cannot be peaceful because I have to lead the world. From private life, I stay the same, loyal to peace. And in the large run, the work of the Universal Council and work of the use of the new technology has to be to bring the both souls, for soul of serving a nation and soul of serving man, become one. Many people, when they reach the point of power, they change position. And this will not happen anymore. This cannot happen.
I hope so.
I know so. I don't need to hope. I build the system to do so.
Good. And about the peace treaty, is it necessary, you think, that
Peace treaty is there to sign. Man has to sign a peace to his soul. This is the cornerstone of all this work.
and you think students have to sign the peace treaty?
Every man has to sign it with the pen of their soul. There are no papers and there are no pens for our children who are born in the depth of the universe to sign. We have to learn to sign peace through with our soul, even it comes in the moment of anger.
Thank you very much.
You're
Bless you. All the blessings to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The knowledge which we dispense with is the knowledge of peace, is the knowledge of the creation and the creator. When you have all this, what's the use to be anything else? They test us, and every time we fail, we have to see why and the reason for it. And where does this take the mankind? And to what extent mankind is ready to take that position, or any others. I wonder if we bring a lion and put in an enhancement unit and go through the process of what I call enlightenment, elevation, whatever you call it, and we put back the same lion back in the wild, would he kill again? Or would he be elevated that we uses the soul to receive the food, but he still walks as a lion across the savannah? There is a big difference in the social structure of the souls than the social structure of the man. And that what man needs to learn from now on. And this is what will be taught in the next 4 or 5 weeks, or 4 or 5 months. The teachings will be very much combined of everything in every session. Technology, the ethos of the universe, the existence in the universe, the interaction in the universal community, and the rest of it. It's not subject by subject, it will be collectively, and it's for knowledge seekers to decipher which part and how you can integrate.
Mr. Kesh, we have a couple of attendees with their hands up. Perhaps we can hear from them. I take that as an affirmative.
Yes, I'm waiting.
Wollaston, perhaps you can go ahead first, and then there's Swartzel. Hello, Wollaston.
Hello.
Bom dia.
Do you speak Portuguese or you want to translate?
Português.
Portuguese. Rafael, are you in the
Brasil.
background? Yes. Do you speak English or do you want translation?
We have Raphael here.
Rafael.
Hello, good morning,
Oi,
Rafael.
Rafael.
Yes.
Oi, Wallace.
Bom dia, Rafael. Bom dia, senhor Kesh.
Bom dia.
A minha pergunta é a respeito da mutação do vírus, né? Está sendo alarmado em diversos meios de mídias sobre o agravo desse vírus em diversos países. E minha primeira pergunta é sobre a mutação. Se o senhor poderia informar o que pode vir aí nessas próximas semanas.
Com relação à mutação do vírus.
Traduz essa parte, Rafael,
Tá.
por favor.
So Wallace wants to know more about the mutation of the virus because he's fearing now that we are going to a second wave, this mutation. And if you could say something about this, please.
The mutation of the virus, as we've seen, is in the report. Read the report. Or the Portuguese need to translate the report from English to Portuguese.
A mutação do vírus está no artigo, né? A língua portuguesa vai ter que traduzir isso do inglês para o português.
The virus will still mutate.
Sim.
We expect the virus to become environmental virus than individual virus.
Então o vírus ele vai fazer a mutação, né? Nós esperamos o vírus se tornar um vírus ambiental, né? Não só individual.
In a way that we see interacts collectively with all proteins.
De uma certa forma vai interagir coletivamente com todas as proteínas.
This is a usual interaction in the universe, what we see. And it starts an individual, as it grows, it becomes evolved into a small environment, and then as takes more energy, it creates its own atmospheric condition and environment.
Então isso é muito comum acontecer no universo, né? Quando o vírus ele se torna num indivíduo só, ele começa a assumir um certo ambiente, começa a pegar sua própria energia e tomar conta do ambiente como um todo também.
And for us to interact at this level is much easier than individuals.
Para nós interagirmos nesse nível é muito mais fácil como indivíduos.
And usually at this stage the virus will collapse.
Geralmente nesse estágio o vírus colapsa.
What is one of our not concerns, but what we are watching is how the collective interaction of this virus long term in the body of the man will bring elevation to his soul. This is something which mankind has no awareness of. But the interaction of the fields of this virus or other viruses, which is stronger than the cell of the man, if handled the right way, can be used to elevate the soul of the man. As I said, all viruses are not bad. It's just that how we utilize it. This is how we put you in the enhancement unit to increase or elevate your soul. But if the world leaders and knowledge seekers understand this, you can use this energy which is higher than the man but is connected to the strength of this amino acid, the way we do with some of the knowledge seekers which have used it, you will see the elevation of the soul. So there is an advantage and disadvantage to this virus and what we are facing with now.
Então, com relação
translate.
E com relação ao vírus, na verdade, tem algo que a gente está observando, né? Não é preocupação, mas estamos apenas observando com relação à evolução, como esse vírus pode fazer a evolução da alma do homem. Porque isso é algo que a humanidade ainda não aprendeu, um conhecimento que não está disponível para a humanidade. E, de uma forma coletiva, como o vírus, muitas vezes, a maioria dos vírus tem mais força que a própria célula do homem, ele pode ser trabalhado de uma forma de evolução para o homem, da alma do homem. Então é isso que a gente está trabalhando agora nessas unidades também, em vários pontos de tecnologia. É um conhecimento que não está ainda sendo trabalhado, ainda não é conhecido pelo homem, mas como esse vírus pode ser usado para essa elevação.
Sim. Eu tenho uma outra questão também, Rafael.
So Mr. Cash, Wallace, have another question. Can you make this other question? Hello?
Se trata do seguinte, eu em um dos ensinamentos eu vi o Sr. Cash falar que ele estava fazendo compras em um mercado e ele falou que conseguiu sentir os campos do vírus ali naquele lugar. Eu quero fazer um relato também que eu tenho sentido esses campos frequentemente, assim, quando eu vou a algum lugar que tem muitas pessoas, e eu queria saber se realmente É isso que tá acontecendo. Tipo, eu sinto os campos
Então,
na
você quer
região
saber se
do
você está sentindo
estômago.
esses campos do coronavírus, é isso?
Sim, é tipo assim,
Tá.
os lugares que eu fui tinham diversas pessoas. Eu queria explicar como é que eu sinto, né? Para saber se dentro do que ele
Eu vou
entende,
colocar
se realmente...
a pergunta para ele, talvez que tipo de coisa você
Só uma
sente.
coisa, coloca só assim para ele, tipo assim, eu sinto na região do abdômen, intestino, abdômen, na parte nas laterais, eu sinto esses campos.
So Wallace's question is about one of the teachings. You said that you were able to feel the fields of the virus when you were walking in the supermarket. And Wallace said that he is feeling some of these fields too, and he would like to know from you if it's the virus of the fields, it's the fields of the virus or not. Usually he feels in his stomach and the sides of his belly. So this would be like the fields of the virus. He feels some pain in that area.
All of us have the ability and the possibility to feel any fields, not necessarily just only the virus. And this is what we can do. Not only one person can, many of us, we feel it. You walk into an environment and it's there. We see it, I see it quite frequently. And there are other people. It's not unique. If you are tuned to your environment, to your soul, it should be very easy to see.
Então, na verdade, a gente pode sentir campos, vários tipos de campos, né? Não só necessariamente do vírus, né, no ambiente. E, na verdade, muitas pessoas sentem isso, não é algo especial de alguém. Se você está conectado com a sua alma, você vai ser capaz de até ver esses campos e sentir esses campos muito claramente. São diferentes, não necessariamente de um vírus.
Sim, mas especificamente depois dessa questão do corona, e depois de eu ter feito o tratamento com GANs, porque eu acredito que eu peguei, né? Essa mutação que atingiu os tecidos vermelhos. Depois disso, eu comecei a, tipo, sair aí no centro da cidade e tinha um acúmulo de muitas pessoas ali. Eu sempre comecei a sentir esses campos mais frequentemente depois disso. Era isso que eu queria colocar para ele.
So he just would like to put to you this because after he felt that he think that he got the coronavirus for the red tissues, and after this he became more sensitive for these fields. So that's why he was putting this question.
A lot of us will feel these fields because it touches our emotions just like the way we catch cold. Many of us know when it's touched by this virus. Because it's now we are aware of it. We know it's a field and we know when we sense it. And as I said, part of the strength of this virus is the strength of the soul of the man. That's why it interacts. Our soul is created from interaction of the amino acid of the body of the man. So if he has a strength that he can interact with the amino acid of our body, it will interact with the soul of the man too. And this is understandable. Some of us will feel it because its strength is at the strength of our soul, which is created by the strength of the combination of strength of the amino acid. It's very much like we know when we die. We know many people feel that point of saturation, reaching the maturity of the soul, days or weeks or months before. And then they tell their family, or people nearby, or people who know them, that I know I'm gonna, way Hello, have you heard what I said?
No, your voice cut. Sorry, Mr. Kesh.
Yeah, the last sentence or so, we lost you there, cut off.
Yeah, this is what I said. Our soul. I don't know if you heard about the people who die. I explained that. Did you hear it?
Yeah, we could hear the beginning of this, and then maybe the first
many of us become aware of the time of a maturity of our soul to leave our physicality. We know, many people tell their family or their friends that I know such a time in the next few weeks or days or months, I'll die, I'll pass to the next level. Because it's within our structure. We know when our soul is fulfilled. And we understand the process very simply.
Então, na verdade, é muito comum, né? A partir de agora, nós sentimos mais esses campos do vírus e muitos de nós vamos começar a ser mais sensíveis a esses campos dos vírus, né? Então, o que acontece, na verdade, é algo que o homem tem que começar a conhecer e se familiarizar mais, porque, na verdade, o vírus, como ele tem uma interação direta com a parte do aminoácido, então isso é atingido e é alcançado pela alma do homem também, e a alma começa a sentir e a perceber isso. Então, o Sr. Kesh estava dando uma referência também com relação a muitas pessoas que estão próximas da morte, elas conseguem sentir e saber que vão morrer, porque a alma sabe daquilo pela interação dos campos também que estão se aproximando. Então, você tem essa interação e essa conexão com esses campos do vírus vai ser muito comum de agora em diante as pessoas sentirem ou entrar no ambiente por essa conexão a nível de aminoácido que faz esse link com a alma do homem.
Muito bom. Muito boa explicação, Rafael. Rafael, e só mais uma coisa. Quando eu fiz o tratamento com água plasmada, foi em meados de março, entre abril e mais para abril. Ao longo dos meses, eu vim fazendo o tratamento, né, com os 2 copos, e durante algumas semanas eu relatei isso para ele. Eu sentia ainda algumas anomalias, assim, vamos dizer, no intestino. E hoje isso estou super bem, cara, assim, em relação à saúde, ao aparelho digestivo.
E sua pergunta seria com relação ao pós?
Não, era uma coisa que eu queria passar para ele saber. E aí só restou esses campos, né? Que eu fiquei sensitivo a isso. Só isso.
So just something that he would like to update you, Mr. Kesh, like he was with coronavirus, and after he was infected and he made the procedure with the Gans water, he felt better. But after he was feeling in the abdominal area, something, but later he started to feel better of that too, with the keeping using it as water. So just one thing that he would like to share with you was this, that after all this procedure with the Gans water, he became more sensitive for the fields, especially in the area of the belly, abdominal area.
Thank you very much. Now that we understand the knowledge of the soul, we understand the knowledge of creation, we should understand that we are part of a collective soul of the universe. And how do we interact with it? And gradually, as we were not aware, we always put it at, magic or a surprise, or we could not explain the fundamental knowledge behind it. Now we just need to look into to the field strength of it, to understand it's part of a bigger structure, where it came from, how does it interact, and how does it make a creation of condition for us. And this is what is the so-called elevation of the soul of man, is elevation of understanding the new knowledge is understanding and processing the new knowledge. Is not what does it mean by elevating a soul? It means to be able to receive higher order knowledge, enlightenment. And that enlightenment comes as a light to the strength of the understanding of the comprehension of the knowledge at that point. If you only can see to the red color, if you say, that gives you the knowledge of understanding the work of the universe at the base level, human race. And then when you enlighten, and let's say you go to the green color, the strength, which is more, then you understand about the creation of the same thing, but in a higher level, much deeper. And it's this process that we need to understand. And this is what we have to understand. That, or then let's say we go to the white light, which needs more energy, or we get enlightened to the level of the creation of the prophet, or the messengers, or the people who have more knowledge of totality. And then if you reach what we say the color of the gold, which is the enlightenment of the creator. When we see in the aura of a man the sign of gold or white, we understand his position. The way we see by the light somebody is red to us, it means danger to us. Maybe somebody else sees that's green in the same field because to him it can exist, but for us it means we have to give something if we are ready to give. Many of scholars or people who are versed in these understanding of the auras they always tell me when they see a white with a gold. Or more times when I teach, they observe my teaching, they say, you enlighten with the gold, your aura changes. It's understanding of it, is understanding to the man the gold color means the highest value, we value something. And it could be another interpretation to another soul. So what we need to understand, the teachings, is to enhance the knowledge of the higher order for humanity or any culture. This is the process we go through. But would it allow us this knowledge to extend our manifestation to be in different strength dimensions? Yes. In a way, if you look at it, it's like an adapter on the wall where you switch the light on and you adjust it to the dimmer, to the brighter, and to the maximum. Now we have given the knowledge to man to control this dimmer, but still there is a maximum if you get to the highest. So up to now, it was just when you switch the light on and you just see the first shimmers of light in the bulb. That's the state of the soul of the man at the present, because the knowledge is very limited. It's the same energy, it's the same love, it's the same principle. Then by knowledge, you increase it a bit more. It's the same bulb, it lights a bit more. You can see more. It's not shadows of the shapes, but you see more of it. It's the same with the knowledge. We enlighten you, so by enlightenment you receive more. And in that process, you see more. But nothing has changed, the furniture is still the same. And then when you put a full light, then you see everything in totality. And that's what it is. And the knowledge and the teaching is on this basis. We just
Hello, Mr. Kesh. You just cut out there suddenly. Perhaps it's my system.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Just,
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, what did you hear?
It just suddenly cut out just about 10 seconds ago at the most.
Okay, so this is what I said is an enlightenment. When we teach the same. This is the same current going through the structure. It depends how tuned your soul is to receive the knowledge and what does it interpret by that knowledge. This is the essence of the teaching. As we said, the love of the Creator is equal to all men. It shines on all. It's the same current going through the same wiring in the house. One room, you dim it a little bit darker because you want to sleep. You don't want to see. You don't want to understand what goes on. In the other room, you light it a little bit up. You want to keep a calm situation, but you are there. And in another room, you want a full light because you're working. But in essence, it's the same current through the wiring of the house. We have to understand that the knowledge is an enlightenment. What does enlightenment means? It means according to understanding of our own creation and environment, we lighten up the same. But different people with different understanding get enlightened in different way, but the knowledge is the same. And this is one of the reasons I say in the Keshe Foundation, we cannot keep on copying. We have to add to the knowledge of what our soul carries. That it shows its beauty to us. Mankind has to evolve to understand he's much higher than what it is today. Mankind has to evolve to understand that he represents more, which he wasn't aware of up to now. It's just, as I said many times, that we call human race the four-wheelers. I've said that many times, because human race sees motion in four wheels as it can do, because they found a cart and a wheel. But that was the past. At the moment, with the knowledge which see the man has achieved, man in so many ways is heading many, many things in the universe, in the creation, by conversion and use of matter. It's not that mankind is a bottom of the rack. As you take knowledge from the universal community, some of the knowledge is even the essence of the soul of man is taught to the rest. We are teachers while we are students. That's why we call you knowledge seekers. That's why I call myself a knowledge seeker. I seek the knowledge of the creation and evolution of it. Not that I know all and I'll be all. That's why we allow knowledge seekers to show what they achieve. Because they enlighten, they bring addition. And this is how it should be. And we've seen those who get lost in the power of one little things and they think they are everything. Then we see they create their own demise because that's the level they reached. Maturity of the man comes in his humbleness, not in his arrogance. And when you have a knowledge, you become humble because you know you can do and what you can achieve. Many people think we are stupid and we let go of everything and whatever. No, we let you to understand your own capabilities, your own power. What is essentially you? What does it mean to be a human? Any other question?
Yes, we've got 4 attendees with their hands up here. Swiatoslav, if you'd like to go ahead first. Then we have Antonio and Hassan and Jiman.
Thank you, Rick. Good day to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Kesh. I'm Sutsov from Bulgaria. Before 2-3 weeks, I request to chat with you about the situation in Bulgaria, but no one contact me. You forgot me, or you have?
No, we got too much to do. It's not forgetting. There's a lot of things happening. There's a lot of you got to understand, Keshe Foundation is a big family, and the Keshe Foundation has a lot of involvements in many directions and dimensions. And on top of it, we live a physical life.
Yeah.
And we try to come to you to understand. There's a lot of things happening in the background. We know, like the Romanian group were organizing a conference this weekend, and the last minute had to be canceled because of the corona things. And we understand a lot of things happening around. I'll try to make a time next week with meeting with you. But what I would love to do, if we meet, bring a number of Bulgarians into the meeting, not just yourself.
Yes.
That we see in the spectrum of the need of the community and the need of the knowledge seekers. I learned this when we listen to one, it'll become very one-sided and we get the wrong image and we react to it. And when you want a meeting regarding how a community like Bulgarian is, I prefer to bring a number of knowledge seekers of the community that we talk collectively, and then we can set out something that a number of people can support.
Yes, of course, no problem. If you give me a date, an hour, I will arrange an online meeting with the people.
Let's see. I would like to be sometime, not next week, the week after, because I have a lot of things next week.
Okay, no.
The week after, if you put it on, we can come, we can support, and we can see how we can do things. We learned this with the Brazilians and the Iranians, Keshe knowledge seekers. They collectively brought the problems, and some we could answer, some we found a solution for, and some we tried to find a solution for. It's very, very harsh at the moment to try to answer all the needs of the Keshe Foundation as it's growing. But on the other hand, we are going through a process of evolution, and there's a lot of dynamic situations with everybody else, and some affects totality and some affects some individuals.
Yes, I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. We have Antonio next. Go ahead. Hello, Antonio. You have to open your microphone.
Blessings, Mr. Keshe. Greetings from Australia. My concern is the situation in the world with women and children starving to death in the world of plenty. With the Universal Enhancement Unit, would this be a priority in getting that situation?
Can you repeat, please? What did you say?
The situation of starvation in the world, women and children in a world of plenty, starving to death. And will the Universal Enhancement Unit be able to address this priority for creating enough food for these people? It seems to me that the Creator would be weeping now, watching humanity letting people starve to death in a world of plenty.
We weep many times, but it doesn't mean we can give the solution to mankind, and mankind will follow. One of the processes which will come in so many ways is a known knowledge in the universal community, is if you understand the extension of food being a magnetic field-based energy, and understanding that even the present knowledge of the governments, we can mount systems in the satellite which is launched to feed the mankind through transfer of plasma energy magnetic field. It is not hard to do. Chinese government is planning to launch some 5,000 satellites in the coming time. As we know, that we were asked if we can introduce the space technology into it for the launch some times ago, and in a way it's easy to do. We can build a small system in each of these satellites to feed the humanity. This is not a knowledge that we need to do much with, but we need a collaboration of governments to reach that level. It's what we call a peace dividend. We've seen it before. The use of military satellites for a peaceful application. It's possible, but we need the collaboration. This is the part where Universal Council comes into negotiating with government. We saw the surplus capacity on the satellites brought the initial stages of what you call GPS at the moment. Why do you think suddenly GPS took hold so fast in 1990s? It came the end of the Cold War. Many satellites which were put in use for detailed mapping and communication control of the Eastern Bloc and China became useless. And what happened? Israeli scientists could see it, could see how we can use this surplus, develop the first GPS, and with the connection to the Israeli government and Americans, they brought the first GPSs into operation in 1991-92. I was part of that movement because it happened in England when a Jewish scientist brought the technology into England, took it to a businessman to finance it in Leeds, and it was financed. Then we got involved as a group. I stayed outside of it because of the shareholding, but we saw the operation, the war, tools of the satellites for war and everything else used military, became a surplus capacity, and the first GPSs was developed out of knowledge by a Jewish boy from Tel Aviv. I saw the whole process of it. A company called Blue Planet was established in UK to launch the first GPSs. Now it has no share value, but it went even to £9 a share. So we can use the knowledge we have into this process. And it's very easy. What we have to is the job of the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers of China with our collaboration to gradually convince the governments. We cannot reach the satellites which are up there at the moment. It's to convince the governments and organization who launched the new satellites to allow a plasmatic system which doesn't interfere with their original plan of the satellite to be added to the system. But it takes the energy from the universe in a given dimension and a strength and feed back into the planetary system the way we cover for satellite coverage. We don't need to do the full spectrum in one reactor. Each reactor can carry vitamin C, one can carry vitamin B, one carries another thing. And in that process, yes. I looked at this when the Chinese officials asked us if we can help with the launch of these satellites into the orbit, low orbit satellites, which to be the communication, plasma can be added to. Unfortunately, with the corona, we are not in China. And hopefully, with my return to Iran and taking the leadership in scientists, organizations, will enforce this through the what we call the Office of the President in Iran. You will see the emergence of a new leadership where the scientific leaders will take over than the political leaders. We lead through the soul and knowledge and not through the guns and diplomacy. It's a new cycle, and we have to work through, as I said, Universal Council, through the understanding of the system and create a new environment where technology and science for betterment of man has to lead the direction for what we call local structure of life of human race. And it's in progress. I have accepted the position, and with it, we introduce, as I was explaining to head of the Keshe Foundation in past, we introduce a new style of leadership where the science and technology and the pride into deliver a better life for a human race becomes the paramount and the responsibility of the nations, not to create guns and taxes. And this needs a new way with a new technology to be delivered. I'll explain this slowly as we develop this, and this is the cornerstones of my travel back to Iran. Setting up a new scientific leadership, not by politicians, but by the scientists and what we call collective knowledge seekers who can deliver a better alternative than the presence for hunger, for eradication of diseases, for extending the existence of life beyond the boundary of this planet.
That's very beautiful. Thank you.
This is what is taking shape with the help of the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers in Iran. The fundamental basis of it is set. And upon our return to Iran, we'll introduce this style of leadership, where Iranian scientists and Iranian structure of leadership will take over, leading through the science and technology, not through any other ways. Oil has no value where we can produce it. Gold has no value we can produce as we need. A new ethos will come, and with it, convincing and bringing new understanding to the world leaders that will take shape. My plan is a meeting of the heads of states in Tehran in the coming time to plan new financial structure, new leadership, that our leaders are elected by how they can scientifically serve the man and not through taxes, because we don't need to pay any taxes. You'll understand this very correctly in the coming time. You can produce your own motion, you can create your own energy, you can create your own food, you can create your own medicine. What do we pay for taxes for? Unless we pay taxes by donating our time and our intellect to serve the others. The biggest problem for humanity is to find a job to serve in the coming time, not to find a job to exist and live. And this is a change. This is how the universe works. This is part of the amalgamation of the universal community ethos through the Universal Council for Humanity.
Time to work on ourselves would be the leisure time that we have.
In a way, time to serve us as a human race and the rest of the universal community, yes.
Yes.
You see, there's a very beautiful example of it. In Iran, in most of the cities, we have empty lands between the buildings. You know, one building is built, the other building is 2 plots or 3 plots away, and the land is wasted. What the Iranians, especially in Tehran, was done, the communities, people start changing these lands to a park. individual parks between houses where the community could enjoy. Nobody asked them, nobody gave them permission, nobody. It was the essence of creating what we call the Behesht, the heaven, which comes from the Persian language. A few trees, few grasses, few plants, and it changed the Dalek land to a place for everybody in the community to enjoy. And people did this freely. Wasn't encouraged by the councils. So we've seen mankind can take those kind of evolution. We have no time, we have the place, we make it for the others to enjoy more. We've seen that starting in Saudi Arabia a couple of years ago, where a Saudi put a fridge outside the house and put what he doesn't need in the house in the fridge and said, take what you need. And then we've seen the evolution of it. Mankind will come to serve.
We do that
Pardon?
in Australia. We plant on the footpath vegetables and herbs for people to take as they please.
It is, that's what they'll become.
Yeah, yeah.
Serving humanity to benefit, it become the job of many of us. We don't need to retire to do it. We teach it from the young age to our children.
Mm. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
The cruelty of man, the cruelty of man is beyond imagination. The cruelty of man is beyond anyone can imagine. If man wants to be cruel. And if you give your life to serve, you accept all the alternatives of it. And it touches us individually, it touches social structure, it touches our nations. And many times you carry these with knowing that there is a better future for it. And we understand it, we do it to protect. And I don't think nobody has been at the end of it as much as I have in the past 10 years. But every time I take it with the pride, I take it with another step. There is a reason for it. And this will become the norm for humanity. There is a reason we are at this point learning what we learned. And it means that we are ready to take the next step. And mankind is in that step. World leadership has lost control. We can't even control our cities. We are all in a lockdown. And in so many ways, we look at it as a bigger plan, but there's a bigger plan behind the plan to cover. Even what they plan to do, there's a plan for that because it's there to create the next condition of freedom of the man. Everything is not as bad as what you look, but we have created the condition for the whole of human race to elevate in the coming time. And not just by nations and by boundaries. You got to realize something very fundamental. At the moment, with this corona and the lockdown, they're locking down the big cities. Nobody's locking down the villages, the small towns. What is the bigger plan behind it? Why do we only concentrate on what we call cities? Because there's a political agenda behind it. And that political agenda suits the Keshe Foundation process of the bring up the technology, new changes, absolutely perfect. But to the eye of many of you, there is a sinister job behind it. Yes, there is. But we looked at the opportunities it has created for development and the spread of new technology. And with it, the elevation of the soul of the man.
In service, we grow.
In elevation, we get enlightened.
Yes, we do.
Any other questions?
Yes, I'd like to hear from Hassan next, and then we have a question from Alberto in the Q&A. Just a minute here. Not sure if Hassan had his hand up or not. He didn't open the microphone, the hand is down. Okay, let's go on to Alberto's question. Alberto is asking, can you please ask Mr. Keshe if nano and GANs jewelry is safe to wear? He had previously sent a question regarding that, saying that some people are selling and buying pendants and bracelets and so on. And he remembers 6 years ago, a Korean lady asked Mr. Keshe why a nano-coated copper belt she had been wearing for weeks made her feel so good. And he said to not wear it all the time because any major organs in the body that are near the nano-coated wire would become lazy and lose their normal functioning, and that would create a bigger problem. So perhaps you can comment generally about the use of nano-coated and GANs-coated jewelry, Mr. Keshe.
I always go back to one thing which my grandmother always used to tell me: moderation in everything. Moderation in eating, moderation in pleasures, moderation in everything brings a balance in life. The nano materials, nano coating of gases, in moderation for the term of use, yes. But long term or frequent term of use can bring changes because it directly is a GANs, is a nanomaterial, it interacts with the fields of the body. But it takes what it needs from it. But in essence, we have to be very careful that we don't create a local condition. You got to realize with anything which is nano and GANs like braces, you're dealing with a dynamic energy and your body carries a blood which is dynamically interacts. It's two dynamic magnetic fields continuously balancing and taking from. But at the same time, you have a bone structure, you have a muscle tissue, which constantly are kept at a certain strength compared to the rest of the body. In a way, if you move it around the body to bring a balance, yes, but not even frequent, not on a continuous basis. Even when you go into the enhancement system, it's the same. What we said, and I've given many examples about it, the best one we know, and I've explained this many times before, is a creation of black diamond. When the black diamond was launched by the Russians to the markets in last century, every woman wanted to have a black diamond because it was something very rare. But nobody was told that these black diamonds in Russia were created using radioactive materials. And what actually did, they bombarded one of the cell or one point of the structure of the diamond, and it created black gases, and that reflected across the stone. But that condition, because it was done by radiation, carried the radiation effect in it. And many women who wore jewelries, especially black pendulum, they created a bone cancer because it was continuously on the chest bone, in the weaker part of the bone. And we saw it, and now it's illegal. Unless you can prove your black diamond is a natural black diamond, you cannot wear it, you cannot even buy it. So if you had it a few seconds and you took it off, yes, but women were proud to wear it day and night, and we saw the result of it. Many women died of it. Everything in moderation. But with the gases and with the plasma technology, you don't have that problem. But in moderation, yes.
Mr. Kesh, I'd like to show a picture from Gianni, who had sent me a couple of pictures of his plants in his greenhouse in regards to what you're just saying, everything in moderation. And perhaps this can kind of be an example of that moderation, I think. So let me just share a couple of these pictures that he has. I'll get them set up here. Just a second. So we see the plant, this ivy type plant, growing in his greenhouse. And the one branch has gone over to a GANS container. Looks like maybe the first cup set up. And another branch has gone over to his nano-coated coils, which he keeps hanging. You could see other ones hanging on the far wall and on the side wall there. And there's another one behind the post. And so he has these regularly spaced, and this plant has gone over and is now hanging out with the GANS container. So that, I mean, there's salt and everything else there. It hasn't engaged with the salty end yet or anything, but it knows that there's something good there, I guess, it seems. And if we look at the other coil, you can see how it's intertwined through the nano-coated coil and happily continuing up to the very top of the roof of the establishment. So I thought that was quite interesting and almost like a classic example of how these materials can be beneficial. But like you say, everything in moderation, and we have to be careful.
Can I ask you a question? Did these plants go to this, or did he direct them to be there?
I don't know. Gianni would have to answer that. I don't know if he's...
It looks like it's been directed that way. He pulls them, or do they pull themselves to these positions?
Yeah,
you see, the best example of this is the sunflower. You see, when you pass these huge fields with the sunflower nearly 50 centimeters in diameter, and they're literally like a satellite dish. They all turn. You come back in the afternoon, they're all looking the other way.
Mm-hmm.
But we never understood why. Now we understand why. Now, if you understand the process of the work of the sunflower, is the same work as the enlightenment of the soul of the man. At a given strength and given field of strength, it can trigger to stand up. Many of you, if you've been, I'm sure, farmers, you've seen it, sometimes there's a daylight, but all the sunflowers are heading down. They're not looking up. The whole field is bent down because the strength of the sun at that point is not the strength of the soul of the plant. And they all collectively feel it. And then you pass a few hours later and you see they all, rise up and all following the sun. That is not by heating, it is by the strength which reaches the soul that you follow to receive. We have to understand, is he going there or he's directing them to go there?
Okay, well, we can certainly ask Gianni's not here right now, but he often communicates, so we can find out about that.
Any other question? Or shall we call it a day? We are around about 12:30.
Yes, let me see. We have one more hand up. Perhaps we can allow R. Thomas to speak, and then maybe we can wrap things up.
Yes, hello. Good morning, Mr. Kesh.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, Mr. Cash,
You're from Switzerland, am I correct?
that is correct, yes.
Yes, carry on,
And
please.
there is just something which is discussed in Switzerland about the Hadron Collider in Geneva in CERN. They had been trying in September to create a black hole. And as far as we understand from the outside, it has not functioned. It sort of was a failure. And lately they are talking again that they want to try again.
The thing is, let me come into it.
Please.
Scientists never fail. Scientists don't achieve what they go for because they haven't understood the conditions. Maybe they achieved something else, and as they were not looking for it, they missed it. The CERN system is heavily financed and backed by the Iranian scientists and government. One of the major contributors is the Iranian government. And in so many ways, always, because I know a couple of scientists there, long time, they always look for a specific condition in CERN. And this is one of the biggest problems with them. And at the same time, then they miss a lot of other things which happened because they were not interested. But later on, they find out what they were ignored is what they actually was needed to do things with. So if they couldn't create a black hole and they try again, what else did they learn from it that they ignored? You
of course, here, right. I'm just talking about that because certain physicists have sort of expressed their how shall I say, that they don't really feel good about that because they say there could be some accidents. And actually that looking for creating black holes seems for them to be some problem.
Creating a black hole is the knowledge we already have. We know you can do it by creation of plasma or gases. You don't need to go to CERN to do it. If you read my paper about creation of black hole, and now you understand the gas technology, it should be very easy for many of you to produce it. But one of the fears, because coming from a nuclear industry, one of the biggest fear of these scientists is if we reach that point of creation of black hole, what would be its implication? What would it suck in? Would it suck in the whole of the CERN program? They have some valid concern, but in the condition of their knowledge, not the true knowledge of the gas technology. This is the problem. If they understand, there won't be such a concern, but their concern is very correct. There is some concern. It's a huge concern. We had the same concern as the CERN scientists when the original tokamaks was launched by the Russians in 1960s, 50s, and came up because the Western world couldn't understand the tokamak, and the Russians were spending billions on it. So they start creating a scaremongering, fears, because this way they could stop the progress of the tokamak till the West could reach it, reach the knowledge which the Russians were reaching. So some of the people who create these concerns, you have to see where their bank balance sits. What is going to interfere? It doesn't mean all of them are that way, but many of the scientists in CERN have other interests than CERN. And many scientists outside create concern because through fear, they stop the progress of the development of it. We have this now with the Keshe Foundation. And it's actually worked to the benefit of the Keshe Foundation.
I think
A lot
the
of
concern, sorry, excuse me.
carry on.
I think some of these people who are concerned is that some of the activity of CERN are in no way for the advantage of humanity, and are even dangerous.
CERN has 80% military application, 20% civilian. We know this. CERN has never been built for civilian purpose. CERN was launched and backed, and now the Chinese are trying to make a bigger system as CERN, and is headed by an Iranian physicist. He is taking the seat of Einstein in the US. And the Americans brought him to China. He was there when I was there. And they told us that he's here and blah, blah, blah. But at the end of it, even the Chinese are not looking for structure like CERN, a Torus for civilian use. If something comes from civilian, it'll be, but primarily structures like CERN, which gets financed so heavily, is what in the background the governments can use it for military and defense. CERN has a huge application and implication in defense laser technology. That's what they're looking into it. That's why they're financing it this way. It's not just creating a faster speed plasma, it's creating new plasmatic weapon technology. This is the main principle. So much finance has been put into CERN. Initially was to build a collective laser beam, but in the plasma condition. And military has never let go. CERN is a total military program. Even it looks on the outside is a civilian program. And
So
there is other, pardon?
So with the extending the notion of plasma technology, can we hope that the activity of CERN as far as weapons are concerned, can we hope that there will be slowly sort of like disappear and be of no use anymore?
Maybe. I have the same concern with the plasma technology. And that's why I said we need to elevate the soul of the man. Well, there is a concern. I looked at this some years ago because I can't remember the exact way of it. Some of the people who were during my time of education were in Queen Mary. They went to CERN. They were doing the preliminary training for CERN. And I still remember a tall guy, Iranian, very slim. He was very deeply involved with my professor because we had the same professor as advisor in this process of CERN. And I came to a conclusion at that time, because that we were brought in to listen and as juniors to understand, but we still had a mind of our own thinking. And some of the nuclear physicists and the plasma physicists have this concern with CERN. Now they speak about the black hole. If we create such a black hole and we know the properties of the black hole, can we contain it? This black hole will not be created inside the CERN system. The black hole will be created in the center of the CERN. If you have, let's say, 1 kilometer diameter, it won't happen inside the ring. It'll happen in the center focus of this ring. That's where the black hole they should be looking for, not on the ring. Maybe they created it, but they couldn't contain it. A black hole doesn't really sit on its rings. The black hole works from its center. And this is a pitfall with the scientists who work with this in CERN. If they could pick a position somewhere in about the center of it, as it's a circular, they should dig in the center point and look for creation of black hole, not on the ring. They create the boundary fields of it, which concentrates the fields into the center. This is one of the pitfalls I explained to the people who produced the CERN from the beginning. It's been one of my concern, not a concern, but observation, that they should have built a massive center in the center of the ring. The plasma works through its center and they never understood. I can't remember the diameter of the CERN circle, but take a diameter, make a control system observation in the center of it, dig a hole in the center of the circle and observe the property there, not at the ring and not at the plasma rotation. This is a pitfall with it. You're creating things, but you're not following the rest of the world of the physics. Everything, when you create a dynamic plasma, happens in the center. Rick can tell you, when you put gases inside the ball and you create a right rotation, you get the empty space in the center. How can it be different with CERN? This is what I raised with the Chinese. My concern is not a concern, is understanding the science and seeing people just wanting to do something. If the scientists at CERN, the people who built it, would have built a 20, 30, 50 centimeter observation point in the center of this circle, because we precisely know what it is, we would have observed and studied many, many phenomena. But we are not there. We're just looking at the boundary. And this is the problem. They most probably, because they don't understand, they created a black hole, but in the center, not at the rings. And they see it as a failure. Maybe they achieved it, but because they are looking in the wrong place. We cannot create a dynamic, elongated toroidal black hole. And if you can produce this, you can suck all the energies of the universe, because then you'll feed the center. This is the beginning of the end, but with the black hole will suck everything in. So on the other hand, it means they haven't reached such a position because it will have the reverse impact on it. They should have seen interferences in all their systems outside. All the electronic systems would have been interfered with, if you understand the work of the plasma. We had this a few weeks ago in research center. They were sitting on top of the computer, they were looking on the meters, but we were seeing overwhelming field over what it was put in. And I explained to them, this is what I've been telling you, plasma saturation overrides matter state. In CERN, the people built it, never understood the work of the physics. If you put a, what they call dynamic, especially cut glass in the center of this center point which I talk, you can beam up a laser up into the sky, which will shine right across Switzerland. But they don't understand it because the energy comes into the center. They're looking into the machinery they built. This is the problem with CERN, and it's the problem the same with the Chinese. They want to build it.
So aren't they running enormous risks?
Not really, because the mass energy of the rocks will absorb most of this. That's why I said you have to build a 20, 30 meter diameter that the fields have only the environment to interact with, not the solid matter of the rocks. There is no risk because they don't understand it and they cannot create energy to reach that point. It's a problem. It's a big problem with CERN. And they don't understand it. Maybe in the future, the scientists will dig this hole and understand the plasma work from its center. This is the boundary of it. In a way, it's a matter state of it they're dealing with, not with the fields that is centralized in center. If they would have built tunnels from the center to the ring, if you understand what I'm talking about, it would have been very effective. They would have seen new knowledge, because the field transfer will come through, will build up and it go up. But as I said, it's a half-cooked job. Now we understand the plasma technology. All of you have a dynamic core. You put it on, you see where the energy goes in the center. Your gases stick to the wall. Where you have the gases stick to the wall, it's the CERN ring at the moment. You understand? But we rotate our plasma by dynamism of the motor. They rotate it by the magnetic field transmission of the plasma. Scientists have not understood the essence of the creation of the plasma. And this is one of the biggest problems. And all of you, in 10 minutes, because you know the gas technology in it, you understood more than all the scientists have said. That's the beauty of when you know the knowledge, how simply you can explain.
So I'm just hoping that they sort of don't really
They
cannot do it, and therefore
let them do it, but the Earth fields will absorb it, because they haven't understood where they're failing.
Okay.
Understand?
Yeah,
it's
yes.
good to keep a few people, PhDs, busy.
That's
many
wonderful.
PhDs has come out of CERN with a useless.
I think there's a few thousand that work on it at any one particular time.
Yes.
Because they have so many experiments running simultaneously.
Yes, there's a lot of it going on. The Iranian plasma physicists in nuclear industry are the only time in 2 places are allowed to participate. You see them especially like in universities working on the plasma, and then they go back to CERN to complete it. I've met many of them. And then there are those who go into the weapon technology.
Yes, and that's what I really, this weapon technology, this sort of, I don't know where mankind, what they really think when they say it's through weapon technology we'll reach peace.
This is the American mentality. With more wars, we reach domination, and when we reach domination, we reach peace, because everything is ours. We don't need to fight within ourselves. That's the philosophy behind it. This is the American mentality, and that when we run the world, when we create enough mayhem, then it's one nation of United States dictating to everyone, and then there'll be peace, because it's us. Where in the ethos of the Keshe Foundation, we're giving so much knowledge that man does not kill. We achieve peace without weapons. As I said to President Obama, I don't know if you read his paper, I published it. And when we gave him the peace treaty, the original peace treaty, which was delivered by one of the knowledge seekers in Washington before, he wrote a very long 2-page letter to me. And he started the worst thing. He says, "Dear Mehran," it just took my heart. I said, now I know what I'm going to get from him. And he wrote in there, it's in the archives. I think you can find it in the web pages of the archives. He was trying to explain that why he has to develop weapon technology, have the most advanced weapon technology, to be able to create peace by being superior power, by being able to kill and destroy as much as possible. And I wrote to him, if you've seen my response, I said, dear Obama, Barack, my way and your way is totally two different ways and we'll never meet. It's how we reach it.
This man is really something. I mean, he got a Nobel Peace Prize before he was even president, and he is the one who started the most wars of all presidents together.
Yeah, it's the essence of superiority by who paid your bill. This is what I said very recently. We don't sell our souls. If you knew what I've gone through to keep what we have and the way we have, you don't even want to know. And I still stand it. I lost my children, I lost my home, I lost everything possible in my health, but I stand by my ethos. 2 Thursdays ago, while I was teaching in the center, my house was occupied and I became homeless. Again, by those who betrayed the foundation. They knew I'm in the teaching center and they broke in and I became homeless. Again, by the same misconducted Belgians. I paid a lot for the foundation. This is not unfortunate. This is how I paid. But
yes, but Mr. Kesh, I mean, I've lived this in Switzerland. I showed to everybody on a website that we in this clean country have washed the tooth gold which was broken out of the dead people in Sarajevo. And then I was told, my God, what a thing you make. That's where only 15,000 deaths. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable how what you said before. How people are just, I don't know. So yes, they took, I have the same. They took everything from me, but I was not prepared to take this website away. Because
yeah, but the thing is, what we believe in and what we live in is two different things.
Right, but if you keep your personal ethos, it doesn't really matter. You will get everything you need to live. Maybe not a plane or a Rolls Royce, but I have now everything I need to live like a normal man. Maybe a lot of things less, no vacation, no this, no that, but within me, I have peace. And if I would have listened to them, most probably I would have become I don't know what, but where would the peace, my inner peace, where would that have gone? And without that inner peace, there is no reason to live.
You see, it's the ethos we live by. When I found out how Dirk was using the Keshe Foundation, when I found out how Alan Sterling was using the Keshe Foundation, how he was actually using his own server as an IP to see who's coming in and who are the children to pick up, for me it was a straight cut to go for it, even though we saw the damage that came to us. Now we see a new structure has come up on the same basis, the same people, trying to set up websites to get a new women and the children into it by sisterhood and the rest to pick up your IPs. See how many of your children and your family will disappear with the new structure they are trying to set up again by the Belgians. We cut their hands and arms. Now the same lady has started the same thing, asking knowledge seekers to help us to set up IT that we can do to bring more children into, because they're involved in it. This is the way this nation lives. And as I said in the teaching, anybody helps, imagine who your children and your grandchildren and the children of other people will become. They use your visit to pick up your destination, and then they pick up the rest of it from it, make friends, and then how many you lost. How did Allen Stanning work? How did Turkey? Because now we see another Belgium asking to set up IT, and you see the thing. We protected the foundation from these things. You got to understand, the new sisterhood, the new website to come is again IP access to your children and your grandchildren and your wives, and most probably your husbands, because that's a bigger plan. So we have to understand, we have to stay with our ethos. And this is how it is. You will see invitations, especially using the links of the foundation, cut it off. Remember one thing, your yes, your support puts you and your family in it, and then the people who trust you to come in it, unless you're a source of, you want to be a source of these things, and they use it freely. We saw how out of Allen Stanning, over 120,000 Peter files have been found, and up to 7,000 now have been captured. Now they come through a new way. Let us help me to set up Ethos Knowledge Seekers. You're a knowledge seeker, never touch, because you get involved in the things which my ethos doesn't sit with. This is awareness of the truth. And these people, very simply, have a long history of criminal pedophilia in the family, all passing prison sentences. How come suddenly? We realize a lot of people come to the foundation, attach themselves to get access to the data and the people we have. And we become very much aware of it. And that's why the top side of the management is totally sealed. Trusted people we trust and we work with. And this is important for all of us. Now we have a commitment to a society, not individuality anymore. It is not easy to sit at this position of the Keshe Foundation. It's not just giving the knowledge, but protecting the knowledge seekers too. Knowledge seekers help me with IT and the rest. Knowledge seeker, give me access to your children and your family and the rest of it. This is what we have to understand. This is our obligation, because at the end of it, you became knowledge seekers because of my knowledge. Not to be abused by those who abuse my knowledge and the connections to me. I teach you the advanced technology, I teach you the space travel, I teach you the health, I teach you the ethos of the conduct, but at the same time, I have to protect you too. And this is important to all of us. We have to, even when we come in touch with the universal community, their safety, their health has to be paramount and over exceeding our concern about ours. Then otherwise we are there just to use and abuse. This is part of the ethics of understanding. This is what I said in the new process, we teach it. You want something, you ask, and if you are given, is your right with understanding, not your right to take and run. I always ask, if I'm given, I learn from the process, but at the same time, I respect the way what I'm given, be it the knowledge, be it whatever. Not just because I have a ramsack. And this is part of the ethos of universal knowledge. It's the ethos that you have to learn. When we come across the universal community and we create that condition, their existence, their well-being has to be over exceeding ours, because we made the structure to be with them. We have to make sure they don't get harmed. We have to make sure we give the right information the right way, that those who come to us realize we care for them more than we care for ourselves. And then you will see the breakthrough. You will see the breakthrough in knowledge and technology and transfer it to humanity. It cannot be us teach us everything, how you fly and everything. What is there? What are you going to do with it? How are you going to respect them for the knowledge they give you? This is part of the teaching. This is part of the understanding. It's not, yes, thank you very much, I've got everything I want and goodbye. Even in the personal life, that has to be considered. What you're given, you thank those who given it to you, because they have given from their lives and their resources. Respecting it.
Mr. Kesh, I have one concern, one question about what you're talking about. When people, some of these people who are doing this right now, they've been into this knowledge and learning so much what this knowledge is all about. Because I know as I'm learning this knowledge and I'm learning from you all the steps about creation and where we came from, I completely understand. I can really switch between I know when is my physical soul is in action or when is my soul in action. I can see the separation, and actually I'm getting better. So these people who came along for so long and they understand the knowledge, why suddenly
They never understood the knowledge. They never understood the knowledge. They never understood the knowledge. This is the essence of it. People who came with clandestine activities and the work and their way, they never understood the knowledge. Show us what did they contribute a thing into the development. They never, they pretend. We've seen many of them. We've seen many of them. And those who came and made the screw and then they went, they found out the screw they made doesn't fit anything. Even they thought it's the biggest innovation and invention. The reality is the totality of understanding. We plan for the safety and we progress in that direction for the safety. And the safety of the others, especially in the world of creation, has to be paramount over ours. If you give a knowledge and you have a fear of what they might do with it, you better don't give a knowledge. But if you give a knowledge with the joy that I give and my ethos and my ways that you progress positively, then you will progress. Your message will go through clearly and you reach or you achieve what you wanted to achieve. But believing and doing what you believe in a correct way to elevate the soul of the collective life, not only humanity, but into universal community, counts a lot. You just become aware of existence of the family. It's just like you walk on the street and you meet someone and you find, oh, they're a distant cousin. Now we have found our distant cousins. Doesn't mean that they were not there, they were part of the process while you were brought up, you're educated, they were brought up and educated, now you meet. It's the same position now with the universal community. Now we meet and we all progressed in parallel with each other. Life didn't stop because one of us was existing. And this is what the humanity is going to face. Now we join a family which we knew is there, but now we developed in different ways, and now we merge the two and we give to each other the best of what we have learned. When you meet your family, you don't give them the rotten apple in the box, you give the best apple to the box, to your family. And that's how it is. And that's how mankind will shine in a new universal community. Mankind has made a lot of contribution towards the even development of the part of the knowledge of the universe without them knowing.
Mr. Kesh, you know, before I never appreciated my existence. Before I get to know you or understand this knowledge, and but since I understand this and understand my soul, and when I mean now I can tell you 99% of the time I'll move from my soul. And then the beauty with it, when you do it, the way I look at it now, life actually on this planet is a gift. When you're given a life on this planet, if we understand it, it's such an amazing gift that with it, it comes a lot afterwards. But just what the physicality, totally, I can actually, as I said, I can look at something, a situation happen. I can look at it as a physical soul. It's totally different emotion and action, everything has with it. And then when I go to my soul, the way I see it is totally different. Actually, it's such as if there's a communication there, and then you can easily move from one to another one. And then your perspective about the situation is totally different. You can become a miserable person. You can become such a free, spirited, and then just like you're dancing on this planet, and it's so beautiful. And this knowledge, the most important part of it is understanding this our soul, because the soul creates an environment that makes you grow in many different ways, and it's so beautiful. And then I really appreciate my existence on this planet, and then I enjoy my life now. I mean, before I was always questioning where I came from, why am I here, what am I doing on this planet, and I just want to leave. Of course, right now, as much as I want to leave, I'm excited about the leaving. At the same time, I'm excited about being here. So both of them for me is exciting. I mean, everything is exciting right now for me. I don't have any moment in my life that is not exciting, because it's just they throw you in a, just like being a kid, throw you in a toy shop, and you have all these things that you can work with and play with, and then have adventure and see the result, the outcome of the situation, what is with this, and it's amazing.
You see, if you look at the bigger structure of your existence as a Universal Council member, when you came to the foundation, many people look at it a different way, but I look at it from the structural point of the soul. You have initiated these first steps with the, what do you call, the Brazil and Iran, which now is extended to America and to Israel and the rest of it. In a way, a soul serves when it goes with sincerity. We always use a spark to start a fire, but in how we control that fire to give warmth or to burn down is the responsibility of the man who starts the fire. And many of us, we don't see the significance of what we do and what we achieve with the little actions we take, because in a way we see it as humbleness to serve. Doesn't matter what it is. And in that process, we create conditions, because we're sincere to serve, the soul takes us to do. The, what I call, the outcome of what it will be is to take the step in a sincere way. And if you understand what is going on and you take steps to do it, yes. But if you go to the position of being able to create condition to harm, you'll be harmed beyond. You'll be harmed behind. And in the process, mankind has to be correct in what it does, and not even the mankind. The whole of the structure of the universal community goes the same way. As long as we don't become arrogant and we be humble in what we do, we reach our goal. But doesn't matter what. But doesn't mean that all the time we have to be in that position. We wait till the time comes for what we are there for, to serve or to give or to facilitate.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. And you're talking about arrogance, Mr. Kesh. When you become arrogant, you lose that joy that you have with humbleness.
Or no, people who become arrogant, to them they have a new type of joy.
But that's not a real joy, Mr. Kesh. When you're humble,
You are not in their pocket.
I don't know what they call joy. But
I was talking to a priest, a nun, what do you call it? And I explained to them in a very simple way, even they do things the wrong way because they think is the right way, will end up to be the right way. Huh? The priests and the clergy, they think always they're doing the right thing, but in their own, what do you call it, in their own vision. But are they doing the right way, or are they keeping the soul of the man away, or a man from understanding the operation of his soul?
But Mr. Kesh, you know, the pleasure and the joy of physical soul is segmental and conditional. But when you have the joy of the soul, is unconditional and it's not segmental, it's 24/7. That's the big difference. Because when you look at most people, what they do,
I'm going to tell you something, Azajan. Do you fall in love part-time when you're asleep and when you're awake, or you're always in love?
You're always in love, but that love.
So that's all it is.
That's what it is. You know, love is 24/7. But you know, when you look at people's life, I look at people who work in my practice, like they're working, they don't look at some part of their life they're enjoying, but then they wait for example, go on, like have a party at home, then they enjoy. Then they do this, is segmental, it's not continuous. So that's the beauty of the soul. The soul is always joyful when you have that. You don't have to go to physical. Because physical soul needs to have condition to have joy, but soul is always happy.
It is what I call English mentality. You know, I don't know if it still goes on. I've been away from it a long time, but when I was young and my early time of business, when we paid our employees, it was a weekly package. It wasn't paid monthly. Every Friday, 12 o'clock before they go for lunch, they come and collect their wages for a week. And many of the English people, even they do nowadays, not even maybe they get monthly payment, is that, let's say if they're getting £50 for a week, £10 was put straight away into the bank for the 2 weeks holidays at the end of next year. They used to come back from holiday today, and tomorrow they put £10 for next year holiday. And I always told them, why do you do this? You plan when you're going to have a good time. Why don't you understand you can have a good time all the time? And this is the way people live. They budget their pleasures and time of it.
Exactly, Mr. Kesh. You put it right on the market. Exactly.
Yeah. It's when you work to live, you don't understand the pleasures of life. When you live to work, life has a totally different meaning. And thanks God, most of my life I lived to work. I didn't have to work to live. And in so many ways, it's the same with the foundation. I live to serve the foundation. I don't work for the foundation to live. And it gives me to look at the things in a different angle. And this is the purpose which I work the way the foundation works. People of the foundation should not need to work to have food, to have health security, to have shelter, and work 50% of what they earn to go to the government, which half of it gets spoiled and squandered for the others people's pleasure. Then the other 50% you get, you have to just live a meager life of existence. It's the humanity who has to change the dimension of the ethos of working, unless you're a thief. The reality is some people don't understand, and those who understand live by it. Very, very few people work out of the living. And usually those who get to these points are very latter in part of their life, or they have inherited a big lump sum they never understood. When the money runs out, their life runs out. And we see this on a daily basis, because they never learn how to do things, how to earn it and how to spend it. Doesn't matter, it's money or life or whatever. It's nearly 1 o'clock. We passed it a long time ago. Sorry, transcribers, you have a double job. Thank you very much for today. And I hope we started the first steps of understanding the work of the universal ethos, life, and everything together. I do not separate the teaching of the scientific with the ethos separately. I always teach them together. As I said, the work of the messengers of the universe is one. Science and ethos together, that we understand the relation and understanding the totality, not as it's been up to now, one glorifying and the other one living in absolute different dimensions. So when you teach, remember this, you're teaching both the ethos and the knowledge. And with it, you put your soul in it, both will get home safe and secure. Thank you very much for today. And I hope we go one step further in the coming weeks. Those of you who are very materialistic have to see something. We might show you something, but at that point, will be shown to the world leaders first, that they understand we are in charge of the new position and the condition on the basis of equality and peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. And one final note, there's a message from Gianni about the plant that was going out toward the GANS jar and the nano-coated coil, that it is natural and without direction. So the plant just knew where to go, I guess. As most knowledge seekers seem to go too. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh. Wonderful teaching today. And thank you, everybody, for attending and for your questions. A reminder that next week's Knowledge Seekers Workshop will be at 2 p.m. Central European Time, and that is CET, not CEST, because there's a difference in time now, so you might have to check your local time. It could be an hour difference than normal for your for that workshop for you, depending on the country you're in. So that's 2 p.m. Central European Time for the Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday, October 29th. We also have the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace coming up on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Central European Time. And actually, that will also be different with the time schedule as well. So check your local time versus the CET time, not the CES time. I believe the time changes this weekend on Sunday. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you, Mr. Kesh, very much. And bye, everyone. See you next time.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. KesheFoundation.org/donate.